All right, guys. So today we're actually going to finish up the exercise reviews that we were doing on Thursday. So we still have the social media pages and profile exercise and the pitch deck exercise. We're going to start with the social media page or profile exercise. Did anyone do that? Does anyone want to share theirs first? All right. Well,
Well, okay.
oh, you want to go ahead?
Well, yeah, you could well, I have an Instagram. Yeah, you could go to the both of them. You
Facebook?
could
All right.
start at the Facebook. So I have about
It's over here.
14 members already.
Mm-hmm.
And I made it private, really because I introduced actually the show Bible is on there.
Oh,
And I
cool.
have, I pretty much put just it's sort of like it's my mind, like, as I'm working, and I haven't found a way, really where people like participate yet. Because I remember we were talking about ways that people could participate.
Like
So
fans
people,
or what do you like?
yeah,
The people in the.
like, yeah, like creating discussions.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't created like any discussion. Like if you just scroll down a little, okay, yeah. Um, So if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see that it's mostly my um just my updates with oh, that's right, you have to join.
Oh, to
Keep
be able to
forgetting.
see stuff.
Oh no. Oh no. All right, well, let me see how far, like what else did they show you before, if you were let me
It's
see
pretty
what
much all
else.
they show. It's
That's
just
all they show.
the about
Yeah, well,
the
you can try
members.
joining. Let me see. No, you can try joining it. Will it? Oh, it's not gonna happen. All right, well, it's not really that much. It's really just, I guess we're gonna see the show Bible. It's really just show Bible and a couple of references that I used. Different like like images that I used,
Mhm.
just so they could experience it with me, and also to get like their feedback. So
Okay, so you're kind
um
of using it in like the way of a like a community building thing, less of
yeah,
like a promotion, more of like a hey guys, what do you think of
uh,
this?
yeah, this is what I'm doing.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
and also I want to create that avenue so people could, because I don't want them to think that that I would get offended, like literally, like if you make like a like a comment, and I want it to be like a forum actually to to help me even improve it, right? But
Mhm.
I just it was just like the timing. So I just I brought everybody in because I had like other assignments I had to do,
Right, yeah.
you know. And look, so if you go to the my Instagram though, that's not private. No, so I got a couple of things, I have so it's cool. I really like the Instagram because the people that like my friends this time are professionals, so I have a couple of images, but like if you scroll down a little bit more, you get to see just just samples like from the Facebook,
Mhm.
and it's I at first I wasn't gonna include like family pictures and stuff, but it just happened. It just so happened that, oh, okay, let me just throw these pictures on, just so people get to know me. And I guess when I started adding like pictures, more people started following me.
Nice. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but so it was really just those pictures at first. Those are the pictures from the Bible, from the show Bible, and then I started adding on more images, But I've already gotten feedback already so far, from this, like people asking questions about the sitcom, or somebody had called me the other day
Oh,
and
cool. So
asked
you're getting
me,
some
yeah,
traction.
so I'm
When
getting
did when
traction.
did you make it? The Instagram profile?
Ah, it's about a month, say 3 weeks.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah, because it was after our last, it was two classes. It was two classes ago. I registered the name, but
Hmm.
I didn't start posting till after. So it's a couple of weeks. If you go, yeah, scroll all the way down. That'll tell you the date. Let me see.
Oh, November
Yeah,
7th. Yeah.
three weeks ago.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3 weeks ago.
And you've
So
already
it's
gotten some
been,
people's feedback and stuff to
yeah,
try
and
to help improve it.
I'm getting like good feedback, and also too, it's it's better than my other Instagrams, because I realized like my other Instagrams was actually, it was mixed. So this is so like professional. I was thinking about like these pictures of myself. I wasn't even gonna put pictures of myself,
Yeah, having a
but then
specific page for it can be really helpful so that you can have it all in one place and know how to market in that specific one.
yeah. But how helpful it was is a person that had contacted me. He asked me if I was an actor, and I'm like, he was no, he wanted to know if I was in an agency,
Oh.
or not. So that's a
That
good
means it
plug.
must have
So
looked good, right?
yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess, yeah. And I realized that too. Like once I started putting pictures up, then more people started like following me.
Hmm. Do you put like
Yeah, so
descriptions on yours, or do you just leave it as the photo
yeah,
itself?
I just like that part. It's like, less work. This is so a lot of people actually reaching out to me really just to put this that post like on their webpage, but they charge you. It's like it's not that much, but it's just that in the future, I'll post my those on other Instagrams, and those are like New York Instagrams. So I just don't have the capital, the money, like to post on other people's pages yet.
Are you meaning like for advertising?
Yeah, like if
Oh,
you
okay.
if you click on that the camera again. So New York community, New York rap, and New York world. And I would promote, like if I have any it's if I have something going on, I would probably promote on that page.
I would just look through it
What do you
first
think?
because some of those could be, like I don't know about any of those, but some of those types of things can be kind of scams where it's basically just all bots that follow it or that wouldn't really help.
Mhm.
And you don't really know the target demographic that is following that profile. So
Yeah.
before paying money to
Okay.
post on anyone else's thing, even if you have something going on, I would just recommend checking it out, looking through who likes this, who's following it, and then
Mhm.
see if it's real people, see who it is, see if it matches your target market for your project,
Because a
and then
lot of
do
them
it from
can also be about aesthetics, or they're like, oh, we'll help you like get this many people to like it, but it's not the right audience, or it just looks like you have more likes, but you're not really gauging and like getting a new audience. You're not
No,
really.
you're right, because one of them, New York community, is that way. Like New York community is just random.
there. Hmm.
It's like random posts in the city. So it's really it's not fixed as to what they post. They just,
For like films, it's
and
just
you're
for
right.
anybody in New York
Yeah,
for them to
anybody in New
support
York.
New York things. Yeah,
Yeah,
so stuff like
so you're
that, like
right.
it might be okay, but you might have a better if you're actually advertising on something, you might have a better avenue somewhere else, is all I mean.
Oh, okay.
There's, I would just like
Yeah.
research it, make sure you don't just pay to promote on random stuff until you look into it first and decide that that would be best. Is my
Yeah, but it
recommendation.
was good. Okay, but it was good just to get that type of feedback. You know, like I feel in a way legit. You know, like
Nice.
it's real. You know, it's real. Like, you know, at first it's like, you know, how are people gonna look at me? Da da da. But I think I've gotten like a good little response so far. I mean, the following was, you know, like in 2 weeks, I've 2 weeks I've gotten,
140, nice.
yeah, no 50 54
Oh yeah, okay. You're following
54
140. Okay,
yeah 54
followers. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, that's still good.
yeah
Nice.
hmm so
I would
yeah,
also
so that's
recommend with
okay.
with Instagram doing hashtags on your posts that relate to what it is and what your page is about. That way,
Yeah,
you
okay,
know, that
right.
way if people are looking for independent film or independent, you know, sitcom or TV show or something, whatever, they can find you more easily that way too.
Okay.
You might get more followers as well.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that too. Because also, like, you know, on the top, it gives you a certain amount that you could actually include. Like when I got to enthusiast,
In the
I
bio.
wanted to, yeah. So
Yeah.
there's another part I wanted to add, like, you know, what you were saying, like more of a description. But I think I just have to look into it more. But it looked to me that that was the most I could write.
Hmm. Yeah. Instagram doesn't really have too many letters or whatever
Mhm.
that you're allowed to put in. So I found that same problem when I was doing mine. It's very short description of whatever your page is. So you have to be very brief with it.
Oh, oh, okay. Yeah, but it's been a good. So far. It's such a good experience. You know, especially even I've been using the
Mhm.
reels. I have a couple of reels, I think, and I also been using the stories.
Nice.
Yeah, so like those are like little reel. It's like a reel of it's actually animated. Like if you was to click it, like
Mhm.
the whole Bible. Like it was a couple of them, a few of them. So, you know, just to show how, you know, so people could see, oh, okay, oh, all right, you guys
Yeah.
got it, you got it. Oh, okay, oh, all right. So, and that part I really like because it just creates like movement to it, so I can get, you know, people's, you know, a better feedback,
Yeah, because you
and
can show
that's
stuff that's like animated or moving or something
hmm
that's a little bit better than just showing one photo or one still image.
right, and it's like how you said, you know, before, just the specifics. So like they're looking at it and they're like, wow, he knows what he's doing. So that's been really helpful. Just the specifics, like, you know, you going into, you know, like with the course or with the course, um, the genres that it crosses.
Oh yeah.
That you know that part, like the one with the Martin one, I got a lot of, you know, a lot of feedback from that one.
Yeah,
Just
nice.
because, yeah, you know, because like you said, you know, that's the target market, you know, that I'm looking for. You know, that age, people who watch Martin, the other one, How I Met Your Mother, and Everybody Hates Chris. So those, if you watch those shows, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I like Martin. I like How I Met Your Mother. Oh, I like, damn, okay, I see where he's going. So I was really satisfied, you know, so far.
Cool. Yeah, I'm glad you
Mhm.
enjoyed the exercise and like doing it. Found
Very
a
nice. I think
Oh
in
yeah, thank you. Okay.
3 weeks, you kind of did 41 posts and 54 followers. That's
I was
awesome.
going, yeah, I was, yeah.
That's very
That
good.
shows how much I was like really like
Yeah,
excited about just doing this.
right.
Thank you. Hmm.
And this Reels thing is a new thing, I think, Instagram has, right? Or has it been already there?
Reels?
No, it's been.
Priscilla, do you know?
Instagram Reels?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, the Instagram Reels have been around for like over a year now, I think. But yeah, they
Right,
were
right.
like they were promoting it a lot more because of TikTok.
TikTok, right,
Yeah,
right.
and
Oh,
they
they're trying to
right.
compete. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're competing.
Do ours.
Yeah, and they're paying. You know, they have a paying system too with the reels.
Yeah, now they're starting to pay and
Mhm.
have like little partnerships. Same thing with YouTube. They're starting to pay for short form content. As of,
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not
YouTube
as
has
much.
reels too. I forgot they got reels.
Yeah.
And
Oh
then
yeah,
That's
they
what they're
also have
competing
shorts
with.
now or whatever. Or is that the
yeah,
same?
the shorts.
Yeah, that's
Inst
it.
Yeah.
Instagram
YouTube also started
integrated.
doing posts.
Yeah. I don't,
Oh yeah. That's what I was
Weekly
talking about the
tab has
last
been
meeting
around
too.
forever, so
With
like
YouTube, I've never seen it until really recently.
maybe they're just promoting.
Yeah, they
I've
sent
always,
a mass email about the changes they're gonna make. They're trying to make it more like a like I was saying the last meeting, they're trying to make it more like a social media platform than what it's been used for recently.
I just
Um,
think not a lot of not a lot of YouTubers use the community tab because I will see like posts from certain users I use. I follow certain surveys even because you can put like little polls and stuff on there, but not a lot of them use it.
Well, like, how
Maybe
long
now
has that been around
it's
though?
been around for a while because I've been seeing them.
I
for a
never
while.
noticed it until recently, is what I'm saying.
haven't
So I
seen
think
What,
they're
the-
pushing for it,
Yeah,
Reels.
Yeah.
pushing
and
for it.
now people are more aware of it, maybe because I've never seen.
Yeah, most people are aware of it now.
Like a few
because
months
of
ago is when I
TikTok.
started seeing like polls and whatever else from different users, or like, hey, I got a new video up, everyone, on YouTube. Usually I see
Yeah.
that on other platforms. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
good. One thing I would say with your Facebook one
Uh-huh.
is I see like you were able
Yeah.
to fit the logo in
It didn't
the
fit right. Go
Instagram
ahead.
image, but the Facebook image, I would say you need to maybe add
fit.
some I guess you would add some on the sides, just like the same color background,
Yeah.
or some on the top and
Yeah.
bottom. I don't know how it condenses it down or
Mhm.
whatever, but it would make the image smaller overall, and the background would be yellow. And then when it crops it, it would get it in the right spacing so that it's not cut off at the bottom. Because
Yeah,
I
I
have the
just I
same
could just go
problem,
into
like with
mhm.
Facebook, it cuts off your photo and you can't
You're
crop it
right.
in it, so you have
Mhm.
to actually edit it
In
differently outside
Photoshop.
in a different place to try to make it
Mhm.
match, and it's kind of annoying, but yeah.
Yeah,
That
you
was it.
okay. Oh,
Because I need to
okay.
do the same thing with
Cool.
mine because I noticed mine is cut off a little bit too, and I was like, gosh dang it, every time.
Mhm.
The other thing with it,
Yeah.
with Facebook, I noticed is like where the photos go, it's gonna look different on the phone and the computer, and so you want to look at both just to be sure because it can get annoying with that too.
It's different on the phone because I looked at it on the phone. It's different. Like just
Yeah.
like how you said, you could see more of that logo itself on the phone, but it's still chopped.
Yeah. Just like over
Mhm.
here, like you have it mostly
Yeah,
in, but it's cutting off the
it's.
U
I'm looking at it.
and then cutting off
Yeah,
some of the F. So like I would just say
bring it down.
I use what's called Pix, Pixlr. You can actually edit stuff for free on it. And you can also do a paid version if you need like 4K images or whatever. But then you could just add more background and then just keep trial and error until you get them right on the different
Mhm.
spots within each of the social media platforms that you're using. Because this one looks good, but the other two they're cut off. So
Okay.
I was just saying, hey,
Oh, okay.
make it a bit smaller by adding more
Mhm.
background, and then it'll cut out the background and actually have your image in it.
Mhm.
It's annoying because when you naturally open the page, it's not all the way to the top. Like you actually have to scroll up a little bit to see the rest of the back image, which is
Yeah.
annoying too. So like when
Yeah.
you'll adjust it for that, but then when you scroll
Mhm.
up, you'll be cutting off at the top too. So it's one of those things where it's just annoying. Or the picture just won't look right because
Mhm.
everything is towards the bottom trying to fit in that little space when you first open the page. But then when you scroll back up, it's just I don't know. Me personally, I don't worry too much about it. I know YouTube, their backdrop is ridiculous because it's
Yeah.
like a different frame size or something like that, so it
For
doesn't
the
take the whole
phone, for
picture.
the computer, and then for the TV. Yeah.
Yeah, YouTube's ridiculous.
I
Yeah, it
think
was super annoying trying to make the background for that because you have to make sure
Upscale
that
it.
it looks okay in the phone because the phone's going to show the smallest. And then the
think-
computer, it widens. And then the TV has like a huge freaking background.
Yeah.
I think the banner at the top, that's probably hiding
Uh-huh.
it, right?
On the
Which
on YouTube.
No, on the Facebook, it says
Mm.
search Facebook, right? That banner, that the whole strip is blocking it.
Oh, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I was thinking too. Like like when if you was to like bring it down,
Because if you like
that was
click
my
it, you know, it
issue.
shows you the whole
Yeah,
image.
it opens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe,
Mhm.
Gabe, maybe what you
Alright.
want to do is put a
Uh-huh.
buffer on the top and bring it down.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll bring
Uh-huh.
the picture down.
Okay.
I would, yeah, like I said, I would just recommend using
Mhm.
if you have Photoshop or if you have something, you know, some kind of
Have-
photo editor. Or
Uh-huh.
if you don't, you can just go to Pixlr, Pixlr. It is a web-based one, so you don't have to download anything.
Mhm.
And then, you know, just this color is all the same on the surrounding outside. So you can just add more on either the sides or on the top and bottom, and then insert it into Facebook in these two spots and see like,
Yeah,
does
that's
it look
right.
right? Does it cut off anything until it doesn't? Which can be, you
Mhm.
know, trial and error. You can do it several times until you get it
So
right.
yeah, right.
See,
But
now
eventually,
the
like you know,
now
it
the
works.
bottom is kind of chopping off here. So
Totally.
it's like there's something going on.
Like I was really frustrated. Like, you know, you guys are
Yes.
talking about I was really frustrated about it to the point I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll just leave it like that. 'Cause
I
cause I
understand.
want
And especially because every platform has different aspect ratios and different ways. Some let you crop within the whenever you're posting it, and some don't. And so it's just, you know, it's all these different things.
right. Hmm.
I can totally understand
Okay.
it gets annoying.
Very annoying. I was like, you know what? Let me just leave that. I'll get back to it. That's how I work. You know, if I can't figure something out, I'll just leave it and I'll get back to it. But if I left it, then sort of I forgot to get back to it.
Right.
So yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, no problem.
Mhm.
Pretty cool.
Thank you.
All right, so for ours, we already had. I did it for LCloud MediaStudies instead because we're trying to see if we can turn this into like a course thing later. After we're done with the, well, I guess we're done in a few weeks, aren't we? Well, after we're done in a few weeks, we're gonna start working on like making it better, enhancing it, and then see if we can turn it into something that we can actually package together and sell. So we did it for LCloud MediaStudies for this exercise so that I could just start building it because I had some for productions, but not for LCloud MediaStudies. And so we did a Reddit. We did it, you know, based because ours is a course, I think, and obviously we've already been using Reddit for this whole entire time. I just went ahead and changed the about. What's annoying about Reddit is I looked on the phone, and when you're on your phone, it only shows part of the about, and it doesn't even let you like click where the rest is and read it. So where it shows about, it like cuts off somewhere. So I had to make sure that it didn't cut off in a weird spot. So I had to readjust a few things, but I make sure to put the website, which I'm going to have to redo. I wasn't able to do that this time for the exercise, but we're gonna redo the website, create a separate website for it, and try to make it look a little better. LCloud MediaStudies is a course for studying filmmaking and scripted media content. To learn more, visit the website. Many posts are companion pieces to our study sessions on YouTube. Subjects of study include screenwriting, terminology, production, cinematography, grip, working with actors, film documents, location scouting, sound, lighting, equipment, budgeting and financing, editing, television, production design, distribution, marketing, script analysis, and pitching. It's kind of crazy that all that stuff we've gone over in the last 2 years. Another annoying thing I noticed is that when I put the commas in the about, they didn't show up. So now it's all looking together. So there's obviously like a lot of annoying things with it. The logo, I put it in here. You know, I tried to put it in. It's kind of hard with my logo since the media studies on the bottom is very small and it spreads across the sides. So it's hard to fit it into like a circular icon that a lot of these platforms like to use. So sometimes I have to go into like I said, pixel or something like that, add some white to the back, to the bottom, the sides, or whatever to make it all appear within this little circle. And I think it does. Yeah. It's just very hard to read. So it's mainly about LCloud in the image, I would say.
Or you can have it at the bottom of these LCloud MediaStudies. You know,
What
that
about the bottom?
whatever you can get on the logo, put it on at the bottom of your title here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could
Between
do that
the,
as well.
yeah, yeah.
With the if they have like a bio or something, you definitely put in there too.
Yeah.
Um
Looking nice though.
Other than that, Reddit is just, like it's everything's the exact same. Every single Reddit page, subreddit you go to, there's just the about, there's the rules. And it's basically like the the they come with like a standard rule set every time you start a subreddit or any page. I think Gabe had it on Facebook where it showed like, no, don't be mean, basically, like don't harass people.
Yeah, is that part of the this thing, or did you guys add it?
Some of these we
I
added.
added
They
it.
come with like a standard set, and then you can adjust them, and you can add some if necessary.
Oh, I
So
see.
I said keep things focused on film and scripted media production because there's tons of stuff that film can start going into. Obviously, if you're making something that is something about politics or something about a issue of some sort, then it can start a debate and it can start people talking about that other thing. And so I was just like, try to keep it with film, scripted media production, because that's what it's about. It's not about politics. It's not about all this other stuff that you can talk about or like you could focus on from film. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Use constructive criticism. Do not mock or bash. So it's like don't say, "Oh, your thing sucks. Your thing's a piece of crap." Instead, try to give them constructive criticism of how they could make it better. Answer questions honestly and courteously. Any form of harassment will not be tolerated and you will be banned. So those are our rules. If you click on them, you can actually read more. It's basically just going more in depth about what that means. And yeah, so this one already started off because we've been doing it this entire time since I think semester 2. And so a lot of these posts, like I said, they're the companion pieces that we actually do with these videos. And so some of them make sense on their own, some of them don't. But yeah, this would be a place where we would post more like little snippets of information and then try to relay people back to the website so that they end up joining the media studies community, LCloud Media Studies community. Other than that, I don't know. I think that's pretty much it. Everything else is just whatever you post, whatever your members post. Right now, I think I have it set to private. I don't know where I could view that, but right now I think I have it set to private where people can still see it, but they can't post anything on their own, something like that. But I would make it a little more public later on. Then we have Facebook. Like I was telling Gabe, I ran into the issue of it cutting off the top. I usually like putting the little book with the camera coming out of it as the image for the page, and then LCloud Media Studies on the banner or in the background whenever a platform allows me to do that. And so this one I'd probably have to make some change to get it to not cut off the top like it is. So I'd have to probably add a little bit of white background to the top. So when it does cut off the top, it doesn't cut off my actual letters. So yeah, that's annoying. But then I just do the image of the book and the camera for the little circular logo area. I literally made this like I think last week. Oh, November 12th. So it was a few weeks ago. But I haven't tried to promote it or send it out to anybody or get anybody involved because I'm not planning to start posting on it until we actually have everything ready. Again, LCloud Media Studies, an online filmmaking and scripted media course, keeping it pretty consistent. Obviously, LCloud Media Studies, trying to make sure that name isn't taken. So I don't think it will be, but I try to make sure that the name is that always. With Facebook, making a page and getting like the thing that it is, like the category it belongs to, is a little annoying because they don't
Yeah, I
let
noticed
you,
that.
because they don't let you put in your own, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like, I don't know, I guess this is a movie television studio, but it's not. But it's the closest thing it relates to. So because there
Was
wasn't like
that was not a
What
default, right? Was it default?
do you mean? Like,
Or
oh,
is it
did it
something?
default to saying that this is what it was?
Yeah, default meaning did they have like a category like movie, television studio?
Yeah, they had like I don't remember how they categorized it, but I went into like a category of art, film, media, or
Right.
entertainment, and then it breaks it down into, is this film? Is it this? And then I
Right.
said film stuff, and then it was like basically all it gave me was movie studio,
Right.
actor, or something like that. And I was just like, no, this isn't what it is. Can't
Yeah.
I put in my own? And it
When
didn't
I
let me.
was looking, when I was putting my Facebook movie this thing, right? So I said film, and it says film/director, and I didn't want to put it that way.
Yeah,
So then
exactly.
I just went with movie kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, because I'm like, what the heck? No, like this isn't a page about a person. It's a
Right.
page about a thing. So why are you trying to make it all about one person?
Right.
But yeah, that's just something with Facebook. They don't really, at least as of now, I haven't found a way to change that. The email, outloudmediastudies@gmail.com.
I mean, I see there are ways of like putting like this as a page, not a person, but yeah, their settings are really weird sometimes.
Yeah, like
Like
I
it's
just wish they gave you a custom like other option where you could type in what it is,
Custom, right.
and then you're like, I can name it what I want it to be instead of having to choose through
Mm.
Facebook. I know why they do it. It's because they want to try to promote these pages to people who like that thing. So if somebody likes movies and television, or they've searched it on Google, and they have it in their computer's cookies or their phone's cookies or whatever,
Yeah.
then they'll be like, hey, you like movies and TV television, try this. You like this page. But it still makes it kind of annoying whenever yours isn't listed on there.
yeah.
I guess they want to maybe maintain the community of on their own terms, kind of thing.
Yeah, basically.
Something like
Like
that.
that way they can promote it the way they want to, so they can
Yeah.
keep people on their page, on their website. And then for the links, I did the YouTube channel and the website, which will be updated and have to change later. Other than that, my photos are just, you can see how I was like editing the this one, trying to figure out how I could get it to.
Yeah, I see. Right. I see
It's like
what
a
you.
little bigger, a little smaller, and trying to like change it,
Uh-huh.
but I have
You
to do
have
it
the same thing
again.
at the above also. It's like one overlapping the another.
Oh, like right here.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, like when they're like, oh, they updated their profile. I don't know why they're trying to put that in the background of my profile picture, but
Yeah, that picture
Facebook
thing
now.
is messed up, I think, in Facebook. I don't know. I had like a lot of difficulty with it.
yeah, because they do like she's, I don't know, like Priscilla was saying, it's like a lot of weird settings. It's kind of annoying that you can't get over,
Yeah, they need some work.
but right.
Back to the
But yeah, I mean,
mainframe.
there's nothing you can do. So I would just, when I actually try to do this, I'll just delete this and start like a different thing. Because
Yeah, I guess
yeah,
you can have two pictures there. I think
I think
maybe
I
it's
think it's gonna always put this picture in the background of this one. It's
Oh,
just
okay,
because
Yeah,
okay.
mine
that's
are the
Facebook.
same thing. It looks like it's
I
cutting
see.
off the word.
Right, right.
But I mean, I don't know. Like it's
If you go
whatever.
to that page, what happens?
What was that?
If you
If
go
I
to
click
that
this,
page, yeah.
it just shows me the profile picture.
Oh, the scroll on the right side. Oh, okay.
So that
Just
was the profile picture I started with, but then it, you know, is cutting off the words, like I said.
Oh, I see. So it's okay. So that's
So I think
okay, I
that's
think,
it.
because if you go back, so it's just basically a placeholder, and they want you to click on that, and then when you click on it, see the comments you get on the right. So that is
Yep.
okay. So I think it's like a condensed format of what you have here. So it's a page by itself.
Well,
You
yeah,
know what
like
I mean?
this is just an update. So I can
Yes,
literally
yeah.
I can delete this. Well, I have to log in with this profile,
Right.
but anyway, I can delete it out and then just have nothing here. I just figured I'd
Okay.
leave it up because that was the only thing I've done on it so far.
Okay.
But yeah,
No,
so
no,
I
those
still
are
have
your
to edit
posts.
the photo and bring it down a bit, but
No,
trying to make
those are your posts though. So if you go back
right.
there, see, this is one of your posts.
Mhm.
And you know, you updated your profile picture on November 12th, 5:45. So that's just a news item kind of thing, which is saying, okay, you've updated your profile, and somebody wants to look at that update, then you go and click on this guy, and then you get to see the whole update.
Yeah, and they can also comment down here about it. And, oh, I
Right.
love the new photo, or, you know, whatever. Like it, comment, share it with someone else.
Right. That's okay.
And you know, it's telling me I can boost it. Like if this is a post that I felt was
Yeah.
important for people to see, I can boost it and then pay to basically advertise it or try to get it shown on more people's feeds so they can see it.
At
So
the
what does
right price.
Well,
boosting do?
yeah, right. The right price.
What does boosting do?
Boosting will so all of these pages can be shown to random people,
Hmm.
and it just depends on if they like that kind of thing, which is why they make you choose something like movie television instead of making your own.
Oh, I see.
And
Okay.
so if
It's
somebody likes movies and television and they have a lot of pages that they like that are similar, and I'm boosting my post, then Facebook will push it onto their pages to show it to them as they're scrolling through Facebook. They'll
I mean
see like their friends.
it's literally like YouTube. You could post to the public and everybody has access to whatever it is you post. Everybody can see it. But when you boost it, it forces it on like people's, like I get random stuff on my feed. I'm like, who is like, how did this end up on my feed? So like boosting it is kind of like it pops up in their advertise. So Facebook has like this algorithm where it's like your friends, your friends, your friends, and then there's like an advertisement thing, but you don't really notice it. It just looks like, you know, something that somebody, one of your friends posted, but is it in actuality it's coming from this boost
Hmm.
that they're getting. This
Yeah,
little
so if you had like 5 friends, you could scroll through and see what they've updated, and then you'd get a bunch of random stuff that you don't really know because Facebook's trying to boost these basically advertising. They're just trying to boost this post to you from this
Yep.
page. So if it's like I'm coming out with a movie and I'm going to make a post about it, that could be something I want to boost so that they push it out onto people's pages. So if they're scrolling through their friends list or whatever, they can end up on my post and see it, even though they haven't liked my page and they haven't followed it.
Right.
They can still see it. And it also makes sure that the followers and the people who like it see it more often as well, you know, because they can see it, but if you boost it, it could pop up on their page every time they get on, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's Facebook. Facebook's a little annoying, and yeah, it has a few things that I wish were different, but I wish I could edit this in the actual, like when I'm getting ready to post it instead of having to go somewhere else and do it, but that's just how it is. Then we have YouTube. YouTube's kind of the same thing, except for when I made the picture, it was like Brian was saying, it was it's different on the computer right now than it is on the phone, than it is on the TV. I think if I click it, I might actually be able to see the whole thing. Maybe not. It's not going to show me. Well, it shows me, but that's not really what it looks like. So what it
Layout.
is
Go
it was
back
supposed
there.
to be like, you know, the guy's looking down at his book and it has the camera coming out of it. There's the director or the cinematographer, I mean, the director. And on the phone, it shows right behind the director's chair, shows LCloud MediaStudies, and then it shows down right there. And then on the computer, it adds these basically the walls on the sides, but it's made to look like a book when you see it on the TV. It's a page, kind of like, you know, you're reading a media studies book. And there's a lot more people, a lot more stuff going on. It's a little more chaotic on the TV. But that was for if anybody was like following us for a long time, they, you know, it was basically like Easter eggs here and there.
So click on that, go back to where you were before.
Oh, like clicking it and going to YouTube Studio.
Yeah.
So it doesn't show it right here, which is
There on the
it's not
layout,
really-
layout. Go back,
Banner
go on the
image.
top.
What?
On the top, there is a layout.
Oh, layout. Oh, okay.
What is that? I don't know.
Oh, layout's just how you are customizing your channel. What's going to appear on the top, what's going to appear on the next part. If I wanted my videos to be at the very top, I could do that instead of having the channel trailer. I can show like this shows like which video is going to pop up for people who haven't subscribed yet. I can also add a video that for the subscribers that come back to my channel, what they see. If there's a video that automatically plays. And then down here, it's the order of how things are presented. So when you go to my page, there's going to be this popping up first. My media studies classes, meetups, you know, these meetings we do. That's the first list of videos that show up. Then it's videos. So if we ever do anything else that isn't exactly these meetups, if it's just random little snippets of information here and there, which we are planning to do eventually, it'll pop up in just my general videos. Excuse me. Featured channels, LCloud Productions page, and then the Cloudy Film Journey page. Subscriptions, what I'm subscribed to, and then if I've made any short videos. You can also add different sections there. That's when you're creating it. So yeah, you can actually see how it pops up now. So like right now, it doesn't think I am a subscriber because I'm not subscribed to my own channel. So it's showing me the video, first video that I want non-subscribers to see. And then it's that playlist, media studies, all my videos, and then LCloud. The rest doesn't pop up because there's nothing in them. So but yeah, so it's basically the same for the pictures anyway. They have a little circular image for the like the channel icon or whatever you want to call it. And then they have the what do they call it? Like the background image or whatever you call this. And I just did that. I did these guys for this one because there's more space and because I just thought it'd be something I did when I first started the YouTube channel.
You used it good. The space, you used it really good. Well, really well. That space with the director and the guy reading the book. Everything is really perfect. The way that you set it up. Even like the arm when he's videotaping, and like right above it is the D.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm noticing that like as a designer, I'm like, oh, okay. I see a lot of intentional creativity. It's really good.
Nice.
Symmetric.
I tried to keep them all level so it looked like they were on the same
on the same level. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Continue
could definitely
yeah.
put something up here and someone down there and make it all like out of whack. But other than that, community tab, like she said, you can do like a poll, you can do an image poll, or you can do a video, or you can just write some text and say like, hey guys, I have this thing. We just came out with a new video, or we just did this thing, or whatever. We're starting a new course or something, whatever one day. And then the about channel is used for an online filmmaking and scripted media course. The videos we have left public. So this is going to be after we're done. I'm going to everybody that's been in it so far, you guys are going to have access to the whole thing. Other than that, we are going to private, or not private, but like only the people that have a link will be able to see the rest of the videos. The other ones, we leave a few public from each semester so that people can have a portion of what the entire course is like. We're constantly updating and improving our course as best we can and adding value and content both free and part of the course. If you like what you see and are interested in learning more, check out our website for more information. Again, if I change my website, that's going to be different, but we also put our email address there. So if anybody wants to contact us, and then the website is one of the links. So if you go to our about page, that's what that's like. Hi, everybody. I'm Lakota. That's the video that automatically starts. All right. And then Instagram, again, I haven't really posted anything on it. This one, I feel like I need to adjust the photo a bit again, because for some reason, this one's circle is a little bit different than the other ones. So I think I have to add something on the bottom. It has the whole logo in it. I just want to kind of center it a little more. Make it like make this part up a little more so the whole thing's a little more in the center, I guess. And then that's it. I haven't done anything for this yet. But we figured that for this, since it's a course, like a study course, Instagram we can use to show pictures of different things, like for cinematography or for directing or comments or whatever, and then have some kind of post and do a bunch of hashtags, try to get people interested. Always, again, linking back to the website. YouTube, obviously, it's for just posting videos, showing stuff. Any more meetings we ever do, if we start something else, or if we just do, like I said, little videos of one specific thing, like a 1 minute to 2 minute video or 5 minute video, just like being more like some of these other channels that we've been learning from. Facebook, same thing, kind of as Instagram, just kind of posting about, like Facebook's pretty good for polls and pretty good for trying to create a community and getting people interested. So it's just like general film stuff as well as our course. And then Reddit, like we've been using it, just using it to share little bits of information. This time, after we're done with the course, detaching them from the course and just making them a post on their own. So that's a little bit more easy to follow, because some of the descriptions I leave in are very much for the video. So if somebody's doing it on their own online, they can go to the Reddit, they can read it while they're watching the YouTube channel. Anyway, that's what we did. I also have some for productions. I'd probably use most of the same platforms. I already have a Facebook page. I need to make a Reddit. The YouTube channel I already have, and I already have an Instagram for productions as well. But I made these ones new besides the YouTube channel and the Reddit. I made the Facebook and the Instagram for our exercise.
It's weird because looking at the pages on Facebook on your computer versus your phone, you look up the pages, the profile picture is, they redid it. So now the profile, instead of it being in the center, it's to the left in a column.
Oh, it is? I'll have to check it out. I don't even.
Yeah, so like if your logo is like centered, it's gonna be covered by the picture again.
Oh man,
That's kind of annoying too,
that's what's annoying
because-
too. Yeah, because like with some of them, they'll reorganize it on their own for
not
the
say
phone
anything.
compared to the computer. And then if you
It was
set it
like
up for the
that with
computer or you set it up for the phone, it looks weird on one or
Yeah,
the other
because you can
sometimes.
set it up so it looks good, but if it looks completely different on two platforms, it's just kind of frustrating. Cause,
Yeah.
well,
I was upset when they switched from 4x4 framing for profile pictures to just circles, because you guys see my profile picture, like
yeah,
green
it
ring
cuts
and
out the
stuff.
burnt. It is kind of annoying.
Like I said, it's hard
just
to
weird.
center into a circle. compared
Yeah,
to like a square. A square is super easy, but a circle is like you have to make sure it's not wide enough and that it's not long enough to cut off on the top and bottom.
That's why a lot
Yeah.
of people just do like the bars, like the white bars, kind of like me and Coda's picture, because it's the only way you get it centered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can always add like black bars or white bars or something on this edges to try to center things or try to make it fit in a certain way.
I like it though. I feel like they tried to make it look more like
Which one?
the circular things on on Facebook and stuff.
Mm.
And Instagram. I feel like they tried to make it look more like cool or slick, and it just looks kind of busy and cluttered to me.
I actually like that YouTube doesn't have an outline around theirs because it actually matches with the rest and it just looks like a logo without the circle.
Yeah.
On mine, because mine's white. If you already have a color, it'll have that circle around it. But since mine's the same color as the back of this YouTube page, it just looks like it blends in with the rest.
Yeah.
Really clean.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Turning
Thank you,
27.
Facebook.
I'm not
Yeah.
turning, I already am. Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, that's what you found
Dude,
Yeah.
that has saved me so many fights. My dad gets so mad every time I forget his birthday. Now I just Facebook it.
Does it tell you? Do you guys are married? Does it tell you your anniversary? Lakota never forgets.
it gives you, like,
It'll say like it'll give me like that. Hey, you posted this blah 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 so many years ago, and I'm like, whoa,
Oh,
you know that event's coming up.
There's no happy anniversary.
because last year it made us a anniversary post. Remember, like it took all of.
Oh, and it shares the photos from that year. Yeah, it does. It does do that.
It took all of the photos of that year and it put it into like a collage or something.
It'll also do that for like friends. It'll just be like, you've been friends with them for 7 years.
Oh, that's
That
annoying.
show, like,
Because some
the little
people you're not
photos.
cool
Don't you
with.
hate
But
those?
that's the thing, right?
I hate those.
But
Some people you don't like no more.
Yeah.
I'm
Especially
sure,
when
I'm
you're
sure Facebook saved a lot of marriages, but you also need to put the date, because when you put like, oh, I'm married or engaged or whatever on Facebook, you need to put the specific date that you got married or engaged. Otherwise, it'll just use that date that you're posting. And I figured that out later, and I had to go and change it because it said that our anniversary was like a day that it wasn't. I was like, oh crap! Right, I have like our anniversary is actually this day, and so I had to rewrite it. I had to edit it, go in the settings and edit the day.
Wouldn't that be funny? A few days late, I'm like, "Hey, happy anniversary!" Because I see it on Facebook.
Who's sleeping on the couch?
It's like that was a week ago. Oh, I didn't change
I mean,
my
you
profile on
have already
Facebook
been
till a
you
week later, I
were
guess.
already in trouble, Lakota. At that point, you've already been cooked. So
Sleeping
it doesn't.
on the couch.
Yeah, she'd already be pissed, and I'd already be like, "What's wrong?"
Well, I don't ask for much. I really don't.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Does anyone else want to share their profiles or like anything they've done for their filmmaking stuff on social media?
I can show you some stuff or
Okay.
some.
You
Let
sure?
me,
You sound a little hesitant.
You sound very,
Like, I
very
should-
confident. let me say that people can share. All right, you can share your screen whenever you're ready.
Let's see. Let's do screen. Start now. All right, can you guys see that?
Nope. Can you see it?
I'm looking.
I don't see it yet.
I can see your face,
Oh, it's not sharing. It's not sharing. You can see what?
like your profile.
Your profile picture.
Let me see. Let me try again. Let's do screen.
Did you let him share? Did you give it to like the?
Yeah, I opened the permission up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what all this stuff is.
Don't know what the stuff on your own page is? That's kind of concerning.
No, on
I think you're
my
talking about the share
phone.
thing.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. All right, we can see it now.
You can see that?
Yep.
All right, cool. You see this?
Yeah. Zombie
All
Day.
right, this is a film I started in film school years ago. So like I was saying, like the little circle on the left.
I was about to ask, did the
Yeah, like all that stuff. Like I haven't updated this in forever. Like when was the last post? The last post was
Perfect.
2014 was my last post.
Dang.
And I really didn't have that much content for it back then. So it was just
You got a lot of
this,
likes and followers on it.
That's
yeah,
what I'm
this
talking about, right?
movie poster I made for it. Well, a little
Mhm.
teaser poster. This is an official. Maybe do I have
Cool.
an original poster for it? So this is supposed to be like a post-apocalyptic zombie movie where they
Mhm.
find a cure. Not a cure, but like they stop the spread.
doesn't
And the
by any
zombies
chance have a magic guitar and it's an opera, is it?
Oh no. No, I'm not
Okay.
I'm not that
Like that one movie we were hearing about.
But it's not, it's like a space opera or something like
I
that.
don't remember what that one was called, but yeah.
It's not a real opera.
crazy. Oh, where's the original poster I had for it? I didn't post that on this. That is crazy.
No, the screenshots are really good. Like you can see like the movie looks good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Profile. Oh, here it is. Boom. This one I did. This one was my favorite. I learned.
Oh, dope. That's
Yeah.
dope.
Nice, yeah.
It's
Well, it
not
looks like a
perfect.
poster I'd actually like a professional one you'd actually
It
have.
really looked dope.
I
Yeah.
made that in like 20 minutes.
Wow.
Very
Wow.
good.
Mhm.
That's why I like it so much. 'Cause I was like, I remember I was like learning the dimensions of the poster size, and then I took all the three of these ladies, I took their photos. I looked up the tutorial on like the style. So like this is like the building up the mountain style where it's like you have somebody on the bottom, someone in the middle, or there might be two in the middle and then one big one in the top,
Mhm,
which
yeah.
see how it goes up in little design and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So
cool.
this one was cool. And then I
Very nice.
blended. I took a photo of the night sky, which was difficult back in the day. The
So that
night
was
sky.
actually you taking that? Nice. I thought
Yeah.
it was, I thought it was just like a stock image or something.
Right.
No, because like I took a picture of the sky with the stars, and then I took another picture of because I was in Arlington, so a cityscape or something, a bunch of buildings. Then I meshed them together to make all that. So like bottom when you see those buildings, I took those photos, and then the
Wow.
top, yeah, and I just meshed them together. As you can see, like the bot, and then I put that little flare in the right side where all that light is coming from. I just did that.
You J.J.
So
Abrams did.
yeah,
Nice though. Yeah, it looks nice. I
this
thought
is
it, yeah, I really thought the background wasn't something that you took. That's really cool.
Right.
no,
Yeah.
I just
And then you
this is
got
me learning how to,
the bill blocking going down there and
yeah,
not
this is
rated.
me learning how to blend. And then the Asian lady, her gun that had the orange tip, so I photoshopped it black. Um,
Mm.
and then the one on the bottom, she's recycling the same guns. So one of them is a BB gun, the other one is an airsoft. I did the same thing with hers.
Wouldn't
And
know.
the one in the back, let's see what I do with her. I photoshopped her eyes to give her cataracts, and then I gave her a black eye on the right, and then I gave her a bruise on the right side of
Yeah,
her knee.
that's all.
All that is Photoshop. The only thing that's not Photoshop on her is the cuts on her shirt, but the blood is Photoshopped. All that stuff is Photoshop.
Oh, nice job.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, really looking. I really like that. The lighting on their faces, just beautiful.
Yeah, I took the photos and then I immediately got it because we did it in the studio. Took the photo. Not it was a school studio. It wasn't like something extravagant or anything. So I just took
Uh,
the
yeah,
photos.
but surely makes it pop their
Yeah,
faces.
the backlighting and the so I got the black chick on the bottom. I got two backlights on the behind her, and then I have one because we had a grid, so I had a light hanging down above her. So it kind of makes, they do the same thing when they, they have wrestlers, they take the professional photos and stuff like that. They'll put both lights on both sides, so it makes it easier to cut them out in Photoshop. That's what they do it for.
Oh,
That
cool.
and it looks good too. So, but yeah, I did that poster. I think that, yeah, this one was my first one. This one was my first poster. No, wait, was it one of them? Did I think I have another one.
Surely looks like they mean, these three girls mean business.
Okay.
But yeah, so this was for my movie years ago. Never went anywhere with it. And
Zombie Day is coming, it said, for your last post, and then
Guess it
gone.
never came.
So where is
That
Zombie
actually
Day?
is what happens to
Brian?
a lot of independent projects, which is why a lot of people are like.
No, I know. It was just a joke. Like, guess
As-
Zombie Day never came.
No, I know. I was just commenting on like that because a lot of independent projects don't end up coming
Yeah,
out.
for many reasons. Yeah.
Brian,
Well, yeah.
where are you with Zombie Day?
So here's the thing with the Zombie Day. This was my learning experience where, how we talked about the differences between doing a feature and doing shorts and why I like doing shorts. Well, this was like my crash and burn feature. So I had a whole feature length script and everything. And I was utilizing the school. We did casting at the school. And midway through, I just realized, like, man, I'm in way too deep because we got so many more scenes to shoot, and there's no way. And just dealing with school, and then dealing with work, and then dealing with trying to set everything up was just a nightmare because you had actors that these three were cool, but you had actors that were like, "Oh, I'm moving out of town," and just couldn't catch up. So it just became this thing, like, where it's just like. Not everything. In order for it to make it work, I would have to take off a semester and take off of work and do all kinds of things. So yeah, that's what happened with that. It was a learning experience. So that's where I was like, man, I should just stick to shorts because I get it over with quicker than
So
the
did you
trying
never
to.
finish it?
No, I came close, but no, we never finished. We never finished it.
Because of the talent,
And you
the
don't like you don't think
availability.
there's anything salvageable that you might use even for a short today?
I don't know. If he's saying it's his first one, I mean, I know there's plenty of projects I have that I don't want to post.
Yeah, like after a
Yeah.
while.
I mean, I'll give it to me. Like, that's the one thing I'll say about my work is like I can go back and look at it and I'll still be like, man, I can't believe I shot that. It's not that bad, but at the same time, it's just like
Don't get me wrong.
I don't know. When you're an artist, you keep moving on. Like everything I do, the next one will be better. The next one will be better. Like coming back to it now, especially now, like my style has changed so much that, like, for me to continue it or to throw back into it, it's just like, now I kind of need to start over, a reboot.
Hey, how come this guy turned 47 years older? 3 minutes later in the film.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's what was happening.
I was just
Like this
wondering
Asian
because
lady here.
salvage, like sometimes you can take certain scenes and make it a short, try to salvage as much as you can. So you don't.
Yeah, like this lady here, like this was like throughout college. So like we were coming back and then she would gain weight, lose weight, gain weight, lose weight. So yeah, it was like one of those things. So it kind of gives you, that was my learning experience. Like when you do movies, like you have to be in the now. It can't be like a thing where it's gonna, oh, we got to keep going. No, like, you know what I mean? It takes them 11 weeks to shoot an episode of Law and Order, just to shoot it, and they're constantly shooting back-to-back
then you run into
episodes and
the
stuff
issue
like
of
that.
having to put a wig on your actor because they dyed their hair a different color and now it looks hideous. And
yeah, and you got to deal with their schedules and all that other stuff. Luckily, like these guys, like these actors, they weren't like that where it's like, oh, I'm going to Hollywood and I gotta cut my hair. I'm dealing with that now in this one movie I am producing where one of the actors is like, oh, I gotta cut my hair for this military movie I'm doing. And I'm like, oh, it's just him. So like the whole production, we have to wait for his hair to grow back because he's doing something else. But I can't request for him not to, it's not fair, one. And then two, I would have to pay him or outpay him whatever the other production is paying him. So that's not happening.
Right.
But these are things you deal with, you know, on set
Yeah.
and on productions and stuff like that. You know, just the constant. Everybody's got schedules and all this life happens, and you know, so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was a learning experience. It was a learning experience. So,
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
but yeah, that
You can
this
always
was
get something out of these, even if it is just a learning experience.
yeah. The name itself though has so much production value. Zombie Day. It's very interesting. So Zombie Day is supposed to be like a national holiday where like things go back and every year they celebrate it and stuff like that. And it's just a big drama about, you know, my mother is still a zombie and you know this and this and the zombies are treated like lower class citizens. You know, they're dead and all that other stuff. So
So it's kind of like a punk version of that Disney Channel movie.
What Disney Channel
There's
movie?
like a Disney Channel movie where there's like zombies and werewolves and whatever, and the zombies are outcasts, and it's like
Zombies
in
need
high
respect
school.
too.
I don't remember the name, but I just know it's a thing,
Huh.
and it reminded me of like it
Huh.
would have been such a much cooler like version of that concept.
I didn't know Disney did a zombie movie.
Yeah, they did. I don't remember what it's called, but I know the first one had zombies, and then they decided to add werewolves and aliens in it. It got really weird. That's all I know.
Oh, it's because they had no idea what they were doing for a sequel, and they got a sequel.
There were two sequels, two. The
Oh,
second
geez.
introduced werewolves, and then the third one introduced aliens. And the funny thing is that the girl, like the main girl in the movie, apparently we thought she was one thing, and then she turned out to be another. And then we had a sequel, so she had to be a whole other thing. It was so stupid. I don't remember what I remember watching people like talk about it and review it, and I was like, wow, Disney Channel movies have really fallen since my day. 'Cause we actually had decent movies growing up.
Debatable. Anyway, all right. So, does anybody want to do the pitch deck exercise? Did anybody participate in that? And would anyone like to go first?
What are we pitching? I don't know. I don't know too much detail.
Did
You can
you
do
not
mine.
read the email? It was any idea that you had, or any just like you could make up an idea for it, or you could use something that you already have and actually create a pitch deck out of it. But if you're asking that, I feel like you probably don't have a pitch deck.
I mean, I can make one up.
Or he was
A pitch deck, you're gonna make it up as we go.
Pitch. Are you talking about pitch deck or pitching?
Right.
Yeah.
Are you talking about a pitch session?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Because a pitch deck is like the actual like document that you get there.
Oh, well, let me pull up Word document real quick.
Yeah, you can show mine.
Yours? All right.
Yeah. So okay, so you could you could so yeah, so see the number. So that's the first page. You could hit the tab or okay. So all right. It's visual. So as you click it, all right, Adventures of CJ.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like how it comes
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, right. So, oh shit, it's a dramedy. Yeah, I like that it does that.
I would just say I would
Makes me
recommend doing the title, having that appear first, and then having
Oh,
maybe like this part, the what 70s had coming
has to come
coming
in,
second or
uh-huh.
third, and then that one coming second or third. That way it's like,
Dramedy.
that way the title sticks
Right.
in their mind too, because
that way it's the first thing you read instead of reading that
See.
first. You know what I mean?
I understand. I see what you're saying. Okay, right.
Yeah, I
right.
like how it comes in. I think you should do
the Adventures
this
of DJ.
be there the whole time, and then these two come.
Then coming after.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I think a dramedy.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Just make sure that you get that title out of the way.
Okay, because what do you think? Like the dramedy should go last, third, right?
I think,
The
I think the
or-
dramedy should be last, maybe.
last.
Adventures
Okay.
of CJ, what 70s
Then-
are coming, a dramedy, and then it goes on to the next
Mhm.
thing. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that way it adds on instead of just feeling more like one thing than another.
For the first page, I'd also recommend maybe doing
Mhm.
the picture underneath this
Cleaning that.
this
It needs
box,
some cleaning. Yeah.
just so
Correct.
it's a little more like in it looks like it belongs there, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe this one, either lowering the picture or raising the image up so it's a little less on top of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. It totally makes sense. I was like my problem was with the just the yellow, the square itself. So if I
Mhm.
go back to, Photoshop, I may just bring down the what's that called? The tape thing. I may
The
bring
height.
that down. Yeah, I just may just bring it down a little bit. The
Gotcha.
height. Yeah, because it opens up. See that part, like when it opens up, it takes a lot of space on the yellow part. So I just have to.
Yeah.
It's just that you lose it. Like the more you bring it down, the more you lose just the image itself. That was the only reason why I didn't bring it down anymore. You know what I mean? Like the more you bring it down, the more you lose that image. So it just becomes it it just seems. I just wanted. I just
Yeah,
really
that's what's
wanted
hard with
the.
spacing,
What do you
right? Like
think?
you have to be so careful and like making sure that everything's the right size and
So I would say
Yeah.
I would recommend using something like, Photoshop if you have it, or Pixlr or whatever, to crop it then. That way you can
Crop
just
it. That's what
chop
I mean.
around instead of like lowering the height, which might crush the top of your picture. You could just like
Yeah.
cut off the
Yeah.
bottom.
Cut off right there and then bring it down. Okay. I
Yeah,
got
and
you.
that way it's it's not cutting off the image.
Yeah, because I like the size of it right there. If I was to bring it down, I'll bring it down just a little bit.
Mhm.
Is this on
You know.
PowerPoint or
No, actually, it's Photoshop.
oh, it's on
Oh, yeah,
Photoshop?
yeah, that's a PowerPoint. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, this is
Yeah,
yeah,
PowerPoint.
that's
Okay.
a
go. Yeah,
PowerPoint.
if you open on
Yeah.
Photoshop, then it should be okay, I think.
Yeah. So I use Photoshop.
Yeah.
I use Photoshop for mostly
But
everything
but
I
they're
do.
showing it on Google Docs, so Google Docs is messing it up, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you
oh
have to
yeah, so
play
like
with
when you
it.
go to
Oh, okay, I
present
got
it.
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Yeah,
sometimes that is the
yeah.
issue. Sometimes it's just which one you're presenting it on. Because if you make it for one format and then you're presenting it on another, it can kind of mess it up.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's
Yeah, so
different.
that is actually
Mhm.
something that you would have to be sure you are able to open it up on one if you're gonna go to a
Yeah.
pitch meeting.
Cause cause you're right. It's different on PowerPoint itself, cause that's
Mhm.
Google. But like if you open it up on PowerPoint, it's different. It's actually you could see more of it on PowerPoint.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
like you were saying, yeah, like you were saying before, it's definitely on whatever platform that is on that I have to like pay attention to.
Mhm.
So it's universal.
Yeah, that way, just in case like you get to a pitch meeting and they don't have the ability to open whatever format or file format you have to open it in a different way. You just need to like double check. Or if they're like send out a hey, we're gonna have a pitch meeting with you, please have, they give their recommendations and requirements. And one of the things is if you're bringing a visual presentation, please have it in this format.
oh yeah,
Just make sure when you convert it, you open that up and check out everything to make sure it all lines up the way you want it to.
some companies will request that because they have a setup already prepared for that, or that way they don't, or sometimes just a heads up so that they don't waste their time and like, oh, the person brought it in this and it's not compatible with this and they don't know, and now we have to let them know, and then they have to come back later, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah. So I would just recommend like if you were actually going to go to a pitch meeting and they give you a recommendation for or a requirement for what format to be in, once you convert it to that format, go back to the converted thing and just look through everything, make sure it all is there.
Actually,
Because some things are weird. Some things will pop out like, oh, this
Yeah, that
color.
was it.
You know?
No, you're right. I had to do changes. There were changes that I had to do over because of that. Because when I actually did it, and also in PowerPoint, you lose the fonts when you go to the PowerPoint file. So there were a lot of like type. The typography was different. Like I had to
Mhm.
change
And it
a lot
changes
of the
like the kind
fonts.
of the sizing of it too, because it makes it
Yeah, it
different.
was.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it took me a long time to fix it back to,
right.
at least look decent. Yeah, so I did come across that problem.
I'm
Gotcha.
curious kind of thing. If you go to file on the Chrome,
Uh-huh.
does it give you an option to open it with PowerPoint? Like if you
Well,
go on the top?
no, you save it. Like
Like,
if you go
oh,
to
you're talking about
save
like
it,
this,
like
like
edit,
file here.
yeah, go file, yeah, so you can
This is
actually,
for, I'm using Mac, so this is just for Chrome
oh,
itself.
yeah,
Uh,
but in the application itself, because all right, so it's
well,
called
Like,
you would have to
Studio.
send me a different one. This was the one I opened through
Yeah.
my email, so my
no,
email wouldn't be
Oh,
if
able
you
to
right
convert
click,
it somewhere else.
if you right click on
okay, go ahead.
on the
Mm-hmm.
page, what do you get? Oh, you get view
Yeah, it's
page
basically
source.
just like saving it as an image or trying to print this
Mm-hmm.
page, the usual
Oh, yeah.
stuff. Because like this isn't the
That's not
format,
the
it's just
document
about the
for.
email I opened up. This is
Mhm.
what came out. So you can't like convert it through an
Yeah,
email.
you can't. I guess for a reason. Because because you could give that link to people, so they can't do anything to it. They can't edit it or do anything or add on anything to it.
Oh,
That's why.
Right.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
the
why.
problem,
Mm-hmm.
Gabe, I think the problem that you
Yeah.
have is
Okay.
that you put it as a PDF in the Google Docs. That's the problem. You want to put it as a PPT, a PowerPoint presentation in Google Docs. So when you open it,
Oh, okay.
it'll
Oh, that way
open,
it comes out in PowerPoint. Yeah.
yeah,
In
PowerPoint. Now
Extension.
it's
PowerPoint.
coming up as PDF, which is
Yeah.
opening on the Chrome itself, which is what is happening right now.
Mhm.
But if you open this
Mm-hmm.
PDF using Adobe or any PDF
Mm-hmm.
viewer, you should be able to see the full thing. That's what I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Me,
Hmm.
hold on. So I need to go back to the email then. Let me see.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
sometimes you
So
don't have the
it's
computer, I mean, you're pitching and somebody has the laptop
and then
and
you have to make change. Yeah, but the also thing too is that the file. All right. This is actually a template from Westworld. I forgot the name of the movie.
So now it only lets me open it
So
in a new tab, a new window, or an
uh,
incognito window. It doesn't let me
it
pick where I
doesn't
want
let
to open it
you
because it's a link to a
because it's a
thing.
link to it. Hmm. Yeah, because it's a different file. Like it's because they show you each all right, each of the slides are on the left side. So you would see all the slides on the left side of it. And then that's how I would edit it.
Oh,
But
on
that part
PowerPoint,
you
yeah.
can't yeah, in the PowerPoint. But you can't do it with this part, with this file. Because
Mhm.
it's actually just a link. This is a link to the file.
yeah,
So
that's a
I would
link to
have
your
to do
Google
the
Docs.
changes on
Yeah.
my end. Yeah. So I can only change it on my end. So if I was to share screen, you definitely be able to see it.
Oh, do
Right.
you want to share
If
screen?
I was to share screen, I still haven't figured it out.
Okay, so you want to just use this one or what?
It's
Yeah, we could do that. Huh?
All right, we can just use
right
this.
up.
Yeah. So we could do that because I don't want to because it's gonna take me a long time to figure it out.
No, it won't.
Get
Give
an
it a shot.
idea. I give it a shot.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Okay.
All right, I'll stop sharing. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Let me
So you
try.
see that green thing at the bottom? It says share screen.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at that.
It says. It's good. Let's see. Why does it say open preferences? Oh, so let me see. Is 'Cause I have to give myself permission. Let's see. Okay, let me see. Um, let me see. Is it working? Let me see. Share desktop, open preferences. Yeah, it's still doing that. It's like I have a firewall that's actually like preventing me from sharing it.
Oh.
Let me try
Oh,
this
like
again.
pops up with an error or something?
Yeah, okay, let me try this again. So, all right, allow Zoom to share your screen. Open system preferences. So I open the system preferences and nothing. Let me see if I go to general. Yeah, no, it's not working. It's still
Okay.
like, what do you? Yeah, it's still not because I'm going to. I want to share now my security and privacy.
What are you trying to do? You trying to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen.
Are you on a computer or your phone?
Yeah, I'm on a desktop.
Um,
Yeah, it's on a laptop. A laptop, I mean.
that little green button that says share, you push that, and then it's
Right, but
gonna
his
ask.
problem is that it doesn't allow, like he has some setting in there that's not letting it share the
That's
screen.
keeping it.
Oh,
He has
yeah,
to disable that, but
Yeah.
I don't know where to really find it at.
Do you
Oh,
have
Yeah,
your
let me see.
do you have
You're
your
on a-
desktop to multiple monitors?
No.
you on a Mac?
Yeah, I'm on a Mac.
Yeah, that's I don't know. Lakota, you would have to.
Yeah, it
I don't
didn't
know,
work
because mine
last
just goes
time.
through. So I mean, I know like you can go to
Uh-huh.
system preferences and then security and privacy.
Hmm.
Because what
I
I'm seeing
mean,
is, I have an iPhone that's showing it. It's showing an iPhone. It says whiteboard and then desktop. So I just clicked on desktop. Oh, let me see. Share sound. Let me try it now. Let me see if it works now. Okay. And no, it didn't work. Same thing. Yeah, it's not working.
all right. Well, I can share it, and you can just let us know
Frustrating.
like what is different, if anything.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
if there's any comments about like the layout, you can just let us know if it's different on the PowerPoint or
Yeah. So like for example, like the size of the fonts, you see how it's like laid, how I did the layout, like the font's a little bit bigger. Like you see how the font is like over the box.
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so my issue was, getting the fonts correctly so that they could fit. But that was like a minor thing. But if you're talking about, perfection, those are the like, issues that happens when you change the format because you have to like move everything around the text box and everything around again. So
Yeah,
things get
and it's
messed up.
very repetitive and very annoying with how tedious it all is.
Yeah, very. So I did that also, just to like I think, Ryan was saying that earlier. I just I do it, then I leave it, then I go back to it. And
Mhm.
sometimes I may go back. So I went back to that a few times, like this page a few times, but this is the best I'm like, okay, it works so far.
Yeah.
So then you go to the next. So
What
like
do
you
you want to
hit
read it?
the tab. Oh, okay. This is so cool. Set in the late 70s, offer memories to present day 2030. CJ, a successful celebrity and aspiring guru, then fugitive, is being interviewed by his therapist slash friend and now inspiring TV figure host Vicky Vale, who navigates him to a reimagined past by exploring his life in a different light, with hopes of finding redemption with his late father. Every stone will be turned and all fake sneakers exposed. a lighthearted dramedy exploring real conversations that are far from boring. The Adventures of CJ will be nostalgic and futuristic.
Oh, nice.
That took me like weeks. That took me weeks.
To figure out how to like word
Just
it.
so
Yeah,
it-
it's super hard to like figure
yeah,
out the way to
I had to rewrite it so many
define
times.
it and try to like
Yeah.
dense it down. We
Mhm.
I
found
would, Gabe, I would
What do you
change
think?
that
Yes. Mhm.
the highlighted stuff that you have.
Okay.
Yeah, reverse the adventures of CJ in black.
Mhm. In black. Oh,
that way
right.
it
So
stands
the more
out, yeah, because
legible.
the J is kind of cut
Uh-huh.
off right now, and it's a bit harder to
Yeah.
read on the background when it's white because the yellow's already light.
Yeah. That was another example. Like I just left but no, yeah, okay, definitely.
That's the most important stuff.
Yeah.
So you want to figure
Yeah,
it
that
out.
is the most important stuff. Hello.
Figure it out.
Yeah, definitely
Right.
the most important stuff.
Yeah.
So that's that. Then go to the next page.
Okay.
Let me see. The synopsis. Journey back in time to Brooklyn, New York to uncover a boy's insecurities growing up, the middle child and outsider, which becomes the recipe for adventure. Coming from a family of strong principles and overachieving goals the old-fashioned way, CJ, however, proclaims that he's anti all that. Chase what American dream? He chooses instead. See that part? I didn't know how to interject the Chase what American dream. Like, instead of saying CJ said. So I just wrote it with the assumption that they know who wrote the quote. What do you think?
Mhm. Yeah,
I'll
I
read the
think
whole.
I think it comes across. I think there's you could just say like how would I say that? It is hard to think of how to word it, but you could say like basically what he's thinking instead of like or how he feels
Mhm.
instead of using a quote from something he
The
says,
quote.
I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I think-
thinking too. Yeah, you're right. Because I just wanted to have a certain flow, like a certain rhythm to it. So like if I was to add on, and CJ said, I just wanted to just put
Yeah, I definitely
just
wouldn't
the
do that.
flow.
I definitely wouldn't say CJ said because we definitely know it's CJ. I'm just meaning like probably a way to do it without doing a quote.
Oh,
I'd have to think about it a lot longer than
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
something that was hard for us was trying to figure out how to condense parts of this story in a way that conveyed it but wasn't telling the whole story, but also that
Mm.
flowed and didn't feel like disjointed or something out of a review or something out of this, because I was like, oh, so we need to figure out the whole story. It's like, no. So yeah, it definitely is hard trying to find that balance.
yeah, because it's basically a very condensed version of the story as a whole. Well, the should be a condensed story of the story as a whole. The log line is super hard to do because it's
Yeah.
a one sentence condensed thing of what is this about. And for a show, there's so much it's about, it's hard to narrow it down
But
to one
that's
sentence.
with most shows. One thing that I noticed that they did was they would either they would try to focus on what made that show unique instead of just being like a piece of the show. It's like what made it stand out, or what was something that was going to draw you into the show. Like, gosh, I don't remember exactly, but like, let's say the Big Bang Theory, like a bunch of very intelligent nerds. I don't remember what the exact one was, but like it's a sitcom, yes, like any other sitcom, but it's about nerds that live next to a hot chick and they all have PhDs and all this stuff. And at some point it was good until it wasn't. But basically, like they try to explain, because it's a show and it's going to go through a lot of storylines, it's going to go through a lot of things. What is the thing that's always consistent? Friends. It's always going to be about the 6 friends navigating life together in New York, probably, because I'm pretty sure they don't leave New York. So take the things that are like constant in your show, but are also the things that make it what it is, and trying to put that out there instead of trying to figure out the whole story, or trying to like just take one part of it that won't explain what the, am I explaining it right? I don't know.
Too much.
I don't know
Without
if I'm
saying too much.
I was
You
trying to
need
like
to
think
say it.
of what with TV shows, how you would pitch something that changes so much, because the story will change and the story will evolve.
So what I've seen in some of the show Bibles is they will describe the, so basically, like, your pilot episode in a TV show needs to encompass kind of everything that the show is going to be. The characters need to be introduced to them, need to be introduced to the world, need to be introduced to the problem that arises that creates the next part of the show. Like Breaking Bad, we meet all the characters, we know who these people are, we see that he's feeling like he needs to earn money before he dies, and so then that's what brings him to what is going to happen for the rest of the show. And so it kind of gives you all the pieces of setting up what the entire season is going to be about. So what I've seen in TV show Bibles is they'll usually kind of use the information that's in the pilot episode as the pitch, in a way, like the character introductions, the world introduction, the style, the tone, all that stuff should be consistent in your pilot episode, and basically what the pitch is, I guess, because that way you get a vision of it.
Because you can't pitch.
In a synopsis for a TV show, they will sometimes do like a season, like they'll show what the first episode is going to be about. They'll give a synopsis on that. They'll show like what the second episode is going to be about. And then the rest of them, they'll just give like a very brief summary of like, a few things
This is
that
where
would
you
happen.
need to go, or this is where I see it going. This is,
CJ, love interest, episode 4, he introduces to, this girl or whatever. And then like you can do that. And then they'll give like a very short 1 or 2 lines, or sometimes 1 or 2 sentences or whatever, of what the next seasons would be if future seasons were created.
because at the end of the day, I guess now, most shows aren't really guaranteed multiple seasons unless they're like, we got like a huge property behind them or a huge investor behind them. So at the end of the day, you kind of have to pitch. You can't pitch, oh, this is where it's going, because the audience is only going to be able to see what it is now and what it might be building to, but they're not going to be able to see the whole picture. The only people that are going to see the whole picture are you, the creator, and maybe the people working on it.
Well, the people you're pitching to should see the whole thing too.
Just when you're pitching it, don't focus, I would say, so much on this is the entire story. This is everything I want it to be. This is blah, blah, blah. Focus on what makes it unique, what makes it interesting.
Well, it depends. Is this a you said this is a dramedy. Does it follow a linear story, or is it going to be episode to episode stories?
It follows a linear story.
So then that would need to be
Yeah.
demonstrated in the pitch deck.
Yeah, but to what extent is what I'm asking.
Well, you would need to know the entire, like the character arcs and the story arc for the season, the main season 1 story arc.
All right, then how
with
would
the character arcs.
Then how would you pitch in the beginning that part in particular? How would you do it without feeling like you're overextending?
So kind of like what Gabe's doing is good. I just think there's
Go ahead.
no, not really. I mean, like what you're doing is good. I'm just saying, like, it needs to be in a more detailed. There needs to be more, I guess, because it needs to kind of describe what the first episode's going to be, which is going to set up the season, and then what.
Oh no, I did go into that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I
Okay,
did.
yeah. See, all right.
Yeah,
go into
so
the pilot
so
next.
that's the
Yeah,
pilot.
so Gabe, I
Yeah,
think
go ahead.
my thinking on this is that you have too much information on your synopsis,
Good point. I was thinking
right?
that too.
And I would basically, you have a really good starting here, which says, chase, maybe you want to reword some of this stuff, but you ask a question, chase what American dream, question mark, which is a big statement
Mhm.
in itself, right?
Right.
And then
Mhm.
he chooses instead to chase his own visions,
Mhm.
period. And then this stuff you need to incorporate maybe into, that's good enough for the synopsis, in my opinion, because it
Okay.
raises a lot of interest and questions, saying that, okay, this guy is a rebel, or
Mhm.
is he following his vision, right? Because he's not your traditional kind of an person who is coming from,
Rebel.
yeah, who's coming from a family of strong principles and overachieving goals, right?
Mhm.
He's like across the grain, coming tangentially out of a traditional American dream family. So
Mhm.
that's setting up your plot
So,
itself, right? And then all this stuff is visual. I think you can maybe so that will create an interest from the synopsis. I don't know,
mhm.
that's my thinking, but maybe synopsis needs to be completely flushed out. But if you're going up episodic in the later part of your pitch, you can
Mhm.
include this
Other part.
information, yeah, in
I
that
understand.
episode.
Okay.
Yeah, but I
That
think you
is
have
It
very
is
good.
true. It's really hard to figure out how to
Yeah.
break it down and where to break it down to. But I think as long as you have the information in there, it'll work. I've seen some where the synopses are like really long and they have, for a movie, it has act one, act two, act three. And then I've seen for TV shows, they have, season one, season two, season three, or season one, episode one, episode two, three. And then they kind of give little hints at the rest. So they all break it down in a
in different
different
ways,
way,
right?
which is why everyone says, pitch decks and show Bibles, they have no real format, because you have to set it up to your specific project,
Yeah, so
depending on how hard it is to describe. And
there's not really a
Stuff like
specific
that.
right way to do it. There's just certain things.
I
that-
just know for TV shows, from what we learned, is that as long as you have the information, which I see that you have the pilot and stuff, but you definitely have to have that stuff for a TV show, because the main thing they want to see is, can this idea last? Can it last for a long time if we want it to? If it starts being successful, are we going to be able? Does it have long legs? Is it going to last multiple seasons if we want? Is it going to last a whole season if we want? Or is it a cool idea for a first episode, but it should be more like a movie, because it doesn't seem like it can last for more than an episode or two? And that's why with a TV show, a show Bible, the main thing to show is that this idea can last. We have an idea for the story for a season. We have an idea for if we get future seasons, to show that if it does well.
And not just an idea, but we have an idea that will actually captivate, like make people want to keep watching. Because you can have an idea, but what is, like, okay, and how is that going to draw people in? How is that going to be interesting?
Yeah, but I see like you have more, so I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say that now. I was just letting you know, like from from TV show stuff, it's usually detailed. If you have this as like Vish was saying, if you just have it and you draw them in with like that, he chooses instead to chase his own visions, and then we go down and start talking about what that is, then that's fine.
Right.
Do you think it's really just a matter of breaking it down a little more instead of just having it all in one place?
Like I said, it depends.
I was like, I thought.
See,
I
like
was-
you do
I
have
was-
your episode concept and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
I,
So
I
yeah.
was right.
A lot
I
of
was
this
setting the
is just our
stage.
opinions and us
Yeah.
like sharing, hey, what do you what about this? What do you think? Like, we're not saying there's like a completely right way or completely wrong, like, oh, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. No, we're just like, oh, what do you think of this? Or like, would it be better like this? Like, we're trying to like just suggest, like when you guys see ours, there's going to be a lot wrong and a lot that we need to fix in ours as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot, because we were working on the sound stuff and all this other stuff, and so we didn't really have enough time to do it as well as we wanted to. So there's a lot of room for improvement in ours as well.
Right. And Gabe, I think what comes to my mind is that you
Mhm.
have all this information after the vision, right? All this
Yeah.
information, you
Uh-huh.
incorporate that into the visuals that you have on the site, right?
Mhm.
So that way, I think you can go from synopsis
Oh.
into
Mhm.
the story, which is very visual and kind of registered as to what you're trying to say, and then move on to the next slide. I mean, that's something, one of the way, or maybe something which I'm suggesting, which came to my mind, and I thought I would run it by you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say I have seen it both
Mhm.
ways on that as well. I've seen some that are a lot more visual, and I've seen some that are just all words, no visual. So
Yeah.
I personally am like Vish. I find that visuals do help the story better because it just gives somebody something to look at and understand quicker than reading through something. And if you have a lot to read, you can also go back and forth to have, like you said, show the story through the pictures while you're reading it, so it all relates.
Mhm.
But like I said, I have seen others that have, just they don't even have a picture. It's just all words. And a lot of ours was words because it's ours is a different kind of concept. So it just depends on how you want to do it mainly. But I think there's no right or wrong way. It's just some
Mhm.
suggestions.
Yeah, it's just your
Oh,
way to
okay.
do it, whichever way you think.
I'm
Yeah,
very
which makes it even
because that's
harder,
me.
right? Because
I'm
there's no like
visual.
set way.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay.
It has to
Because
be
I.
organic, right? Because you know the story, you know the
Mhm.
synopsis, you know the whole episodic thing. So something coming from you, it's definitely more organic. We may suggest different things, but eventually, I think you're going to be the person who's going to be pitching it,
Right.
and it has to make sense to you as to how, because presenting ideas, your own ideas, is a lot different from presenting somebody else's idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I
Yeah, because
think
you might be able to, like, if you were showing this to somebody, you might be able to scroll over here to this picture and say, oh yeah, this is this and that's that while you're reading it.
Yeah, that's
Or you
right.
know what I mean? And that
Yeah.
way you can connect
Yeah.
it where we can't because we don't really know what all this stuff is. Because we
Right.
don't have
I
an
agree.
idea. So
Like later on you will see because I actually did that with later on in the slides when it was like
gotcha.
a specific person. I this was different. This is just more. I wanted to include everything because it's a synopsis. That was my idea. Like this is a synopsis. I just wanted to include just a summary in that in that graphic in a
Yeah.
sense because
And I do agree with Vish on this
that
bottom
was
part. Like
my
Vicky
idea.
Vale can wear a mask at times at her own motives, which will unfold in episodes. That could be something you
Yeah.
incorporate into the episode descriptions,
Or like Batman,
Mm-hmm.
like Batman.
Vicky Vale.
Oh, Vicky Vale.
That's why it's crazy. It's similar to that.
Yeah.
No, that's her name.
Yeah,
It's
I
Vicky Vale.
wanted to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted
Oh,
Yeah,
I
to
she's
get
the
have like a
journalist in
super.
Batman.
She's like a
reporter.
superhero. Like she's like a superhero in her own right. So that's why I wanted her to be yes, a hero as well. That was intentional. Cool. I thought about that too. I was like, man, Vicky Vale sounds like a superhero name, like a partner of a superhero. So yeah, that's it.
Nice.
Vicky Vale. So I go into her character too as well.
All right.
Like
Well, let's go ahead and
we
continue
go
on.
to the next one. Okay, so yeah, so this is the pilot. I also put the reason why there was so much in the beginning was because there was so much. I had so many other things to include.
Mhm.
Such as the backstory, like how it CJ, a 10 times platinum celebrity rapper turned bank robber, avoids a life sentence and gets a second chance at life. He has an epiphany while in prison and chooses to make amends with his father to stop a cycle that's been haunting his family tree. Only then CJ can really feel free. When did it start? It became, so this is her. It began somewhere in time. That's I wanted that to be intentional, so you actually don't know who's saying that. It began somewhere in time. Wow. Okay. That's right. Plains Vicky, because I changed it. This was like the second time I had changed it. Plains Vicky to a cynical CJ. Let's go back there, Back to Your Future. And so then now it goes to her description of her character. Vicky Vale was once a CJ's opposition. She's very outspoken and focused. Also covers CJ's entire takedown arrest on air. And as a budding television reporter, she knows that propaganda will boost her career. But now, facing her insecurities, has a change of heart, apologizes, and offers CJ her help with her outlawed therapy. It's a flash to the past dramedy where scenes can go back and forth to present day. So I'm giving like the directions of where it's, how they're gonna film it. Time traveling could only be extra. So this is just some random, but it's a note. It's an important part, because it's time traveling, and so this is like an important part. Like their coordinates have to meet in order for them to try and travel. If not, they can get stuck in time. Also, CJ has a final say. Vicky explains to CJ that when he meets his younger self, Rule 4080, never reveal your true self. So it's true self. The aim is to access younger CJ. He comes back as a teacher, and then she comes back. She goes back in time as a family therapist. So their whole thing is just what I see in my mind is them trying to get access to CJ, and then I think that itself will make it like interesting where they find themselves, and like times that he could have had a conversation with him. The first time he sees him, he's gonna think he's crazy. So that's where you get like the comedy part from it. Yeah, I said that the goal is to get CJ and his father to meet, unknowing to younger CJ their relation. I'm you in the future. Oh, that's wrong. The goal is to get CJ and CJ to meet. I'm you in the future. They both meet where? Okay, this is me just that I know that sentence, not a sentence. That's just me brainstorming.
Okay,
Nikki,
gotcha.
yeah, and then at first it was Nikki. I changed it. So Vicky feels guilt for CJ for CJ's hard times and dedicates her life to helping him. She proposes to him in an ultimate session with her time machine. She brings over a time machine that she paid for at a yard sale. Under the flashback is they spend time rekindling a past romance. So they did have a romance in the past. And then that's gonna continue for the whole sitcom,
So this is all
the
going to be in
baby.
the first episode, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And
Yeah, that's the
did
first
you
and
have
then-
the whole first episode written out?
No, see, that was the other thing. I had started writing it, but then I had stopped. I think we had a discussion. Like somebody had, it wasn't. I think it was a YouTube I was watching, and when it's like when you feel like totally confident. I'm actually confident now to start writing. I started writing, but just like in my notebook. But I didn't really just start writing it. But now I have the outline. I'm it's just taking one day. Like that's how I
Yeah,
do it.
no, I
Just
understand.
take
It's a
one day
process.
aside. Yeah, it's a process.
Yeah,
But it's
because
in
I would
my
just
head.
say like I like the formatting and everything. I like the images you're giving. I would just say when you actually have the script written out to go back and kind of redo this a bit, like reword it to make sure that you are breaking down the actual episode when you do it. And make sure that you go back and kick out the questions that you're asking yourself.
Yeah, that's
You know what I
what.
mean?
See, my issue is that like I'll just leave something somewhere, and I'm supposed to get back to it. Like that, I was supposed to get back to as well. I didn't get back to that. So
And then
you're
like
not
Mitch was
correct
saying, I
on
think with this
correct.
the dramedy,
Yeah.
make if you're gonna do the yellow background, make the letters black so that it stands out more.
It stands out. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So then the next page, I remember. All right. So the episodes. Episode 1. Vicky Vale is at a Vicky Vale is a primetime news reporter covering the big event. Camera 1 pans down to a television set broadcasting special report from the screen. So it's supposed to be the text. It's just that I didn't fit everything. So I use that format, right? This is the text, the description. So okay. Camera 1 pans down to a television set broadcasting special report. CJ is finally okay. So this is Vicky. CJ is finally being detained after a long standoff, and agreements are made after he freed hostages. After freed hostages, Queens reporter Vicky from a TV monitor in the Queens diner. He proceeds to detail his unmatched lifestyle, even putting him on blast. How a goofy goody go how a goofy goody go outlaw. She remarks on air. While CJ awaits sentences, Vicky makes a visit to the prison. He's being detained and confesses her conscience is damaged and wants to make amends with him. In return, CJ uses her aid to make retribution with his late father. She introduces the plan to go back to the past to do it exactly that with the time machine. Now, I know it grammar, just I don't know. There are little holes in it, like the flow, the fluid of it. It's right. Some things could be worked on.
So
So,
one of the
what do
main
you
things
think?
in this show is going when they use the time machine, are they going to be in the past for the whole show, or are they going to be going back and forth between time periods?
Yeah, right. They could go back and forth, but there's gonna be a moment when they're kind of like stuck, and then they have to So the whole science of it is
Like a Back to the Future
their
kind of thing?
coordinates. Yeah, so their coordinates have to meet at the correct time. So I'm actually doing the research on it, like literally, because
No,
that
I'm
actually
just bringing it
exists.
up because
You know what I mean?
in the log line in the synopsis, I would
Yeah.
say since the time machine is such a big part of it, I feel
Put
it
that
needs to
in
be
there.
one of the main draws in the beginning of like describing the show,
Yeah, you're right.
because that's a huge part of like what the
It's
show
huge.
is.
Yeah.
Like that's how it starts out, so
Yeah, no, it makes sense because actually that, like you said earlier, that is the biggest part of it. Yeah, so okay, I have to find a way to put that in the synopsis. Okay.
either
Yeah, and
the
Gabe,
synopsis and the log line, just because
And
that's
the
such a
log line. Oh, the
huge
log line. Yeah, the log line. Yeah, that's what I
yeah.
mean.
and
Okay.
Gabe, I think I
Yeah.
don't know why you have episode 2A and 2B. I would just go 2 and 3, 4, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it makes it very confusing what 2A and 2B is. I mean,
Is it a
it
part
may
2,
not.
part 1, or is it
Yeah,
like
I saw. Yeah, I just saw somewhere. It was it's a writer's style. It's not. It's somebody else's style that does
Oh, is
it.
that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So no, I understand. It was a YouTube, and
okay?
he's he pretty much said to do the 2A 2B, but I think it's because he had 4. It's but you're right, because the A and B was particularly because of the the amount, the storyline. So it's not that much of a storyline, like you're saying too. So
I would say like
really
when 2A and 2B are used, it's usually because the episode's the same. It's just like a 2-part episode that's gonna take longer than a regular episode would.
Oh, okay.
So if it's like,
or when it's broken down into like season finale to finale, like season 2A and season 2B, when a show is broken down in 2 parts. So you have like a mid-season finale where you wrap up some stuff and then you start a new storyline, and that's season 2B. There's that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, I think yeah, there is when you do a TV pitching, right? You have to have at least 6 episodes. Pilot plus 5 episodes. So I think if you go episode 1, 2, 3, 4, you're already hitting close to that. So it will be more complete. So I would probably go with 2 and 3 and 4.
I don't even know if they use like season 1A and 1B as much anymore, because I know they were used a lot for syndication, where they would have, like they would have the spring premiere and then the winter premiere, and they would break the season down in those parts, where you would like half the season would air one part of the year, and then the other half of the season would air another part of the year. I know the CW used to do that a lot with their shows. They would have like a season 1, season 2 part A, season 2B, because of the different syndication schedules. So I don't know how that would work now. I really do need to research that, because I don't know how that works now with streaming and stuff. But it does make sense when you have, like, if you have a major storyline that, let's say, was building up either last season or all half of this season, and you're going to resolve that main storyline halfway through the season, then a lot of people would constitute that as breaking the season in half, because you have
or if it's just like, this is an hour-long show, but I feel like this episode story will take 2 hours, then you break it down into 2 episodes, but it's basically one very long episode. 2A, 2B would be that as well.
Well, then
it'd
it would
like
be
Staying Alive, and
then
then be like Staying Alive Part 2.
Yeah, it would be more, but I can't speak for all shows. I just know a few that do A and B and 1 and 2. And from what I've seen, to avoid confusion, they do part 1 and 2 for 2-parters of an episode, and they do A and B for different parts of a season. In my experience, I can't say that that's the rule for everything. It's just what I've noticed in like syndicated TV shows and different TV shows that I've seen that have a lot of linear storylines and break up seasons and like 2-parter, 3-parter episodes, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So in your this thing, is there a pilot episode? You follow it up with these different episodes?
No, I haven't started. See, that's the thing. I haven't started.
Yeah. So you would have a pilot usually for the TV.
Yeah.
For the TV shows, right? You will have a pilot episode and then follow it with different episodes. So you probably have like a 5 episode plus the pilot. So when you're actually pitching, you would have completed the pilot. At least that's what the studio wants you to.
Yeah, because there's no use if they see like they need to be able to test the pilot, right? With audiences, with like see if there's actually a demand for it, and not just, oh, we like it, but will the audience like it? And so having that test pilot's actually like really helpful. Game of Thrones had it, and it was like completely different.
Talking, like, we know this is an exercise, and we don't have our idea fleshed out either. So we're not saying you have to do it before you do this. It's just when you're actually bringing it to a person to pitch it, or a studio or whatever. That's
Yeah, we're just talking about like future scenarios in a professional environment. We would probably have to think of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe, I think you have really good material here.
I really like the use of images. Yeah,
and you're staying consistent with the color scheme and everything too, and the images mixed in with the description stuff is nice.
It's really cool. The different pictures, the different images you chose. Like it's really good at telling a story and giving you a vibe. I really liked it.
That's the purpose. I'm a visual person, like, and I knew that that's my that's a one of my what we call it strengths
Mhm.
is the images, and I know exactly where the images go. Not all the time, but I have more of a sense of where images belong, because that's my
Mhm.
background. Thank you. Um, yeah, so all right, so 2A, 2B, it's just bringing it together. There's so much going on. That's why I thought about, like, dividing it in two, because it's two different locations. So Staying Alive is in a car and it's in New York City. And then 2B is an apartment scene in Brooklyn. So that's what I was thinking about. Because I was
Oh yeah,
really more,
storylines
yeah,
too.
go
You have
ahead.
storyline A and storyline B. So
Yeah,
if you're
that's what
shooting,
okay.
yeah, okay, yeah, I get that.
That's what I was thinking more of, just the locations, because it's two different locations. But Staying Alive is them driving his father driving him, them through New York City. And I really wanted it to take like a good amount of time, because it's gonna show really like the good times, and I really wanted to just stay on that, and then fade out and then fade into the apartment scene where there's a blackout. 'Cause
I
they're
honestly think your
different.
idea is really fun. Like it's a really, really cool idea. And Staying Alive, I think it's such an awesome title because that song just emits 80s energy.
Yeah, yeah, and also too, because I can't use the music. I remember we were talking about that. I'm like, guys,
Yeah,
I can't use the
right.
music.
Yeah.
We're using the title
Oh no, 'cause
name.
yeah, I just use the title.
Yeah.
Night Fever. Night Fever was really a song that my father liked.
That's a cool
I
thing that
mean,
you can incorporate into like all the
lightly from
episode names, is somehow making them connect to a song of that time.
Oh yeah, I was
yeah,
explaining to
and the
Coda how the
feeling.
last season
Hmm.
of that 70s show had all Queen songs, even though it sucked. That season sucked.
Interesting.
The only good thing about it was that the last season were all Queen songs. So like I think the first one is Somebody to Love, and then it just keeps going with different names of Queen songs for every single episode of that 70s show. I never noticed if the
Yeah.
other seasons did that with different bands. I have to check. I just like Queen's my favorite band, so I noticed it immediately. I was like, oh, they all have Queen episodes in the last season. That's the only redeeming factor of the last season. So that could be a cool thing too that you could utilize, since it's an 80s theme. You could like do different titles of different 80s songs or 80s things,
That connect to
that
the
kind of
episode. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted. And also too, like they have even the music. I found music like in a stock. What do you call it? The not free.
Royalty
yeah,
free?
supposed yeah, royalty free.
Yeah.
So they have like a lot of like a similar song to Night Fever. They have a similar song to Staying Alive. And I
Just use
wanted
those.
to use those in the background. Yeah, exactly. So it sounds
Right.
like elevator music.
Yeah.
Maybe wouldn't get flagged.
Right.
I'm just more being careful, because I don't want anything, to where I'd have to clear anything to come back to me. So
Mhm.
yeah, that was the idea with the titles, with the music. And it actually coincides really what's going on, because episode 3 is I Will Survive. That's when they divorced, and the mother leaves and she's out on her own, and she's surviving. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
the title.
One thing though that will have to be,
Go ahead.
oh sorry, I was just gonna say one thing that's kind of annoying, but is something that shows like this have to take into consideration, is a lot of research, because a lot of stuff like from the 70s and the 60s kind of blend together and coincide. So a lot of movies that take place in those eras tend to like mix them up because of that. So you'll have a movie that'll take place in the 60s, but it'll have stuff from the 70s or from the 50s because some things blended together. And that is something that is going to require a lot of research. But as someone who like knows people that lived it, or you lived it yourself, like that makes it so much easier too.
That's right. That's the part I think is really makes it exciting. And I could say, you know, I could promise them I have material, and it's interesting. You know, I could use my, you know, that aspect of it. That's why I know I have material.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it's just, so it's just fitting it. You know, I mean, now it's fiction. You know, now there's fiction in it. I still could use those same ideas to, you know, to add on to this fiction. It's fictional, you know, in certain parts of it, most of it.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of there was this animated show that the comedian Bill Burr made, and it was based on his life, but he like fictionalized it some and made some characters
Exaggerated a lot.
exaggerated it and stuff. But it was based on stuff he like knew growing up and how people were and how his family was, and you know, so I think that this show is very much going to be like that,
Yeah.
where you can relate.
And it's a
to
really
that.
good show too. It's an
Show.
animated show, and Bill Burr voices his dad, and he's supposed to be like 7 or 8 in the show or something like that. And it's just so well done. It's such a good show. It's on Netflix. What's the name? Do you remember? And the title song, F is for Family. Yeah, and the title is actually, I think, a song from the 80s, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure, because that song played in Guardians of the Galaxy too, and he was like big on 80s music. So I'm pretty sure that it's also 80s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's funny. But
All
I
right,
do
so,
love that image of
this
those
is
screaming.
like one of the main locations, or
Yeah, so this part, this is one of the locations. So this is the club that his aunt and uncle, they run that club. And
That's a really nice image. Where'd you get that?
Thank you. Pinterest, of course. I found, yeah, but it's hard, you know, it's not as easy as people think, you know, because I have
it's
to
hard
go
to
through
find
so many images.
yeah,
Just to find that particular image, because I like the fact that it's really like you know, it's upscale in a way, and then you have the live, you know, they have the live entertainment going on, and that's where you would find him. You would find his father in that
really
type
matches
of a
the tone and the
backdrop.
setting.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have that 70s, you know.
It even matches somewhat the color scheme, you know, like the
Yeah.
pink and the yellow, but it's a little bit more reddish, but still, I mean, it matches well enough to
okay.
match like the, you know, because you're doing pink and yellow throughout the whole thing. And then you got some gray in the back, and now there's like the grays and the yellows and a little bit of
he has the crazy
reddish.
red, and he has the bright red that like, you know, that was intentional.
Yeah.
A red dress. You know, and then I went into, you know, like the script, I need work. So this was actually like, I did this early, so I didn't really know how to write like the script. So this was actually from just earlier, so that's why it's a little off, but it still gives you the idea, you know. So he worked, his father was a manager at that club, and he actually, as a kid, was able to you know, he was as a kid, he was able to be in that environment at night. So all right. So CJ walks to the kitchen. So he's in the kitchen, and he opens the door and he sees this. CJ walks up to the kitchen, walks up to the kitchen's flimsy. All right, that instant. Okay, CJ walks up to the kitchen's flimsy door and nudges it open slightly to see their father holding a lady's hand. CJ voiceover. That's Poppy at work. It can't be a job proposition, though. Don't think so, player, not believing his voice. Then it fades to another scene, a dark lit bedroom, and Jacelyn, the wife, is laying in a fixed bed with her luggage by the bed. She stares at the clock with anticipation that the phone doesn't ring. Showing 2 a.m., grasping the phone, Brooklyn, New York apartment. CJ voiceover. It's not that my mom didn't know. It's don't let me catch you red-handed, love. You know. No pun intended. We were sort of selfish, but we knew the fun would last. No, I was gonna say it was gonna come to an end. We knew the fun would come to an end.
Mhm. Nice.
You
Yeah.
know. Mhm.
Gives you a glimpse of
Yeah.
like the episode and the tone. I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah. So this is when they go to. So after this, they they break up and they go to Queens. So that's the show course. How I Met Your Mother. I always liked that show because I never really understood How I Met Your Mother, like the narration until, oh, okay, so this is in the past, and that's the whole effect. Like I want to really lose people too as well. Like as a series goes on, I want people to get lost as to like where's he going with the story.
Mhm.
I really like that part of it. So I want to create like that little mystery as well as to actually where it's going.
Nice.
Thank you.
Meets
Of course,
Martin.
between
Meets
Martin,
Everybody Hates Chris.
yeah, and everybody hates Chris. Okay. See. All right. So his grandmother, she's gonna be like a narrator for the whole thing, for the whole series. She's the holy grail. No, Grandma Mary will be the all-knowing voice of the series. She holds all the answers with wisdom. Grandma Mary passed when CJ turned 14, which was his turning. That was I have to write it correct. That was the turning point for CJ. Her primary narrative in the beginning of the season one is an archetypal one for the entire I gotta word it correct. For the entire season and series, she's the one that CJ truly confides in. She's a very good storyteller. She has her secret power. She has an innate sense to detect danger since her mean sister was a voodoo priestess. She knows the balance of life to fight bad for. So she's a good, So she has that innate sense to where she kept him protected,
Mhm.
and then her just her voiceover is like the whole, it's the wisdom, like the wisdom. So there's always going to be a wisdom part. I forgot there was Grace. He had said that she's the poetry. So everything that she says is sort of like poetic.
Poetic.
And it's,
Yeah.
yeah,
Nice. Okay.
yeah. Thank
I think
you.
it gives us a good idea of who this person is, so that's really good.
Yeah, thank you. And then this is his aunt. So how he got to be like in that restaurant at late at night is because of his aunt. So she was
Oh my gosh, I read that wrong. I read it as CJ's aunt, and then I read it as also CJ's baby sister.
Oh no, I know.
I was like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
Babysitter.
problems. Yeah, she both said baby sister, and I have to word it correctly.
No, it's worded right. I read it
It's
wrong.
good. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I read it as his
Read it
baby
wrong.
sister.
Oh, yeah.
His aunt Van.
There'll be a problem, Houston. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All right.
not the baby sister, but the babysitter. You'll find CJ in the most shadiest places with her, being that she's determined to handle her business. CJ adores her rebellious ways and the adventure that comes with it. She's also CJ's hero. Like she saves him literally from getting beat up.
Yeah.
That's the kind of older sister. I mean, aunt.
I like these
Right,
character
and then-
descriptions.
Thank you. Yeah, and I like the background. So this is the world, like before the world. So this is how the description, the time machine. It's this random time machine. That's the kind of person she was. Like she buys things at yard sales.
Mhm.
So she has like a unique. She's a very what do you call it? She's like an Erica Badu, like sort of like the nature. He's like really like into conspiracies and which makes it a fun character.
Like very
So
spiritual,
she,
kind of. Like I
yeah,
guess.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She's the type with the aluminum foil. Like she has aluminum
Yeah.
foil hat.
Oh, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, yeah, and like literally, and she's a therapist. Like, excuse me, that's why she lost her. She lost her license.
Right.
She lost her license using that because she she was using the time machine for therapy for people, and that she lost her license, and she was and so that was like her secret her secret weapon, not a secret weapon, but she knew that she could help CJ with this outlawed time machine.
Okay, cool.
And
It's a very
so
interesting
they go
idea,
through
like the way, and I like how thought out you have some of this stuff.
a lot of thinking. There's a lot of thinking that went
Yeah.
into but it was fun. Okay, so then this is the real plot, and it's hidden to be behind everything. The siblings and the father. So like you, if I had if I was to choose, if I was to cast somebody to be the father, it would be him. I forgot his name. It would be this guy. This guy, he would be definitely the father. And then it's the oldest son. The oldest son has problems with the father, but the daughter, she's still daddy's girl. But it's respectfully.
Mhm.
The event, so the event will be exposed when CJ. So there was an event that made CJ resent his father, and that would be exposed. And really quick, because I know I'm taking too much time. All right, so the issue with CJ, we have selective memory, so he had like a selective memory, and that's why he did the time machine thing, so he could remember certain things too.
So like
Okay,
stuff he
so
forgot, stuff he didn't really pay
yeah,
attention to or something.
yes. So key things that are really like giving the answer, because the answers that like he was shown the answer as a little kid, but he never really absorbed it or understood it. So
Mhm.
that's so that's what we're looking for, like to go back, and then he'll understand things better in a different light.
Yeah, kind
Hmm.
of like
Yeah.
the Christmas Carol type thing.
Oh, right.
Something you kind of forget, like
Yeah,
even if you've had it. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this
it's a
time or
jewel.
whatever, because I'm
Yeah,
focusing on something else. That kind of thing.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. So the whole point is he's gonna learn himself, because he's gonna see himself in his father, and he's really going to understand him now.
Nice.
Being that, yeah, because his father's gonna be literally like his age.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm thinking about them having a conversation too. Like, CJ and his father having a conversation, but the father doesn't know that who he is. Be like, yeah, you need to look out. You need to look at. You need to watch. You need to take care of your. Something like random.
Mhm.
Yeah, you need to pay more attention to your son. You know that. Some random, and he's like, who are you? Don't worry about it.
Right.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
so the next few slides is self-explanatory. Like you go to the next slide, that's the whole tone of it.
1970s color scale, neon colors,
Yeah,
CSI
70s.
effects,
Yeah, mixed
futuristic, retro,
futuristic.
vintage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then the
Yeah,
next
because
one.
I see like how it would be
Yeah.
both because you have to go back and forth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's the part right there. Like for when, in that time to see that. They're like, and it's like just like in Back to the Future. Seeing that just show up in that
Oh, yeah.
time, that's right. So it gives it that look that it's still new, even
Mhm.
even though it's in the 70s.
Yeah. So you can do a mixture.
A
Yeah,
mixture.
And
Then the next one is Vicky. Okay, so that's more of the world.
it's kind of like the mood board in a way.
Yeah, the mood board. Right. Yeah, I was working on that a long time. So
Nice. Yeah, it looks nice.
Thank you. Then the next one, that's Vicky, her characteristics and things she would say.
So this this panel I would say
Yeah,
just is a little cluttered,
too much.
a little bit more than like the rest anyway. Like I think if you maybe if you put the phrases next to the picture and have the words on their own. It's just right now, like I just noticed, like the rest are really good, but this one's kind of, to me anyway, it just looks a little messy because there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of words to
I
read
agree.
anyway, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. And maybe using like one of them, like hard times will always reveal truth. Like, or what, just right? Less
Just making it a
less
little
is
more,
more.
like cleaning it up a little more maybe.
Clean it up. Yeah, clean it up. Yeah.
Or having the words on this side of the picture and then having the picture in the middle and then having the rest of the words on the side.
Oh, yeah, that too. Right.
Just because right now
Yeah.
this looks kind of cramped and then the rest is like
Yeah,
a
you
lot
don't know
of,
which
there's a
belongs.
lot to read over here, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you don't
Yeah,
know which
I'm
where
not
goes
sure.
where.
It's just something, a comment.
No, I understand. No, that makes sense. Mhm. So then that's all. So then the younger CJ. So this is a comparison of young CJ, the older CJ.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
With this, with the color scheme on these words down here, I would change that too. I would change, either take off the
find the
background
color.
or I would change the color of the
Yeah.
letters so it stands out more.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's his cousin. He's a protagonist too, but he also helps CJ too. Like with his illusion. So
Well, is he a
so
protagonist or is he a side character? Like a supporting character?
he's he's a supporting character.
Okay.
Because he actually tries to talk CJ out of, living that lifestyle. Like, that's not you.
Right.
So what would you call him?
Supporting character or side character or something like that, because the protagonist is really just the main character or main group of characters. So if he's like not in it as much or he's not as vital to the story as CJ or as Vicky, then he wouldn't be the protagonist. But if he is the protagonist, he would need to be mentioned with the log line and the rest or stuff, way earlier.
Yeah, okay. Supporting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
And then next one. All right, that's it.
All right, nice.
Woo.
Does anybody have any comments or questions or anything? All right, cool. Well, Gabe, thanks for sharing. I like the layout. I like the description of the characters a lot. Oh no, here's the end. Yeah, I was gonna say like your email, your phone number, your social media and stuff. That's cool. That's good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I would just say like the only tips I have is just, or the only information, well, what am I saying? The only thing I would say to improve on would be some of the, I'm not sure how it is on PowerPoint, but some of the like just the formatting of a few things, like the picture here, and then like I said, making this the title the first thing you see, because that should be the that's the main draw. And then like I said, like once you have it fully written out, it's going to be a lot easier to go back and kind of summarize it in a way. But I like the layout, I like the color scheme. And the pictures are really good, and it really sets the tone and style of what you're trying to do, I think.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, did anybody else do a pitch deck exercise? Would they like to share? Would they like to go next? And we can go ahead and go with ours then. So ours, we had, I have like some ideas that I write down in my notes app on my phone. And for this, we just grabbed one of those ideas and thought it out. A lot of this stuff would be a lot more cleaned up, a lot more summarized when I actually write it out. If I actually like had the actual script. So right now it was basically kind of like what Gabe was doing and where it's just, you know, ideas as I'm writing it out instead of it being fully written and then me summarizing it. So I'd definitely be going back through it, changing some stuff around. And the other thing is that I would also be using like the title. We just did like a general title on PowerPoint to kind of get the layout of it. But if I were to actually present something, I would make sure that I had basically like an actual design for the title and use that. And for the photos, I'd actually have concept art instead of what we use, which I'll explain later. But modern dating, a sci-fi thriller. And you can see the A and the I are purposefully a little bit bigger and a little bit of a different color. Logline. A couple meet in a virtual reality dating app and are forced to survive when the owner reveals a twisted experiment where the users have to determine who is human and who is AI. And the only way out is to kill all of the AI. So the synopsis, I went ahead and did like an act 1, act 2, act 3. I actually did, I feel there's too much information I put in here, but it is kind of hard with this concept because there's so many different things going on. So one of the hardest parts me and Priscilla were finding was how to word things and how to condense it down. Even with the log line, I feel like it's a little clunky and I would definitely work harder on trying to get it to flow better, like Gabe was saying too. Because yeah, it's very hard to figure out. All of the pictures we used, besides this PowerPoint background, the photos that we used are from this AI art generator. It's called Starry AI. It's actually an app on the phone. And I thought some of the stuff it can do really well when you give it prompts. Other stuff it doesn't really get, and it doesn't really get what I'm trying to get it to make. But some of the stuff it makes really well and actually does like a image pretty much exactly what I'm thinking or close enough to represent the idea. So synopsis, act 1. In 2062, most dating is done through virtual reality platforms. Quentin, a joyful and humorous accountant, and Caroline, a thoughtful and caring math teacher, each decide to join one of these newer platforms to find companionship and love. The platform hosts hundreds of people in a secluded part of virtual reality space for the participants to mingle and get to know one another. Quentin bumps into Caroline and there is an immediate connection. As months go by, they continue to spend time with one another, as well as meet some of the other participants on the platform. Jake, a sarcastic game developer, and his partner Ayla, a shy astronomer, become fast friends with Quentin and Caroline. After some more time passes, everyone on the platform has either partnered up or abandoned the platform altogether. Well, I should have said altogether. Dozens of couples remain. For the remaining couples, a large gala is hosted to celebrate their love. Just as everyone is getting along, an information bomb is dropped on their head. This platform was created to test if people could tell the difference between AI personalities and real people. Out of the 300 remaining participants, 140 are AI. I would also change this image to be different. It looks kind of like Halloween.
I would say the other image I would also darken a little because act I can barely see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, through the back.
Darken it a bit more and make it different,
Yeah,
even if it's different
I
image.
can barely see it because it blends way too much into the back.
Yeah.
So if you are presenting this on because he later changed a few things, and that was one of the things he changed before I saw it. And if I were, let's say, an executive and it was a table and you were showing a presentation and I was in the back, I couldn't read what it says.
I agree. And so I would definitely darken it up a bit more. This one, I would probably change the image, of course, because it looks like Halloween, but just to kind of give off a different setting.
And it was really hard to find something that didn't look like a slasher film.
Or something that didn't have copyright written on it or something.
Yeah.
Synopsis, Act 2. A few people try
before-
to log
before-
out immediately only to find, oh, sorry, what was that?
Before you do that, can you go on the slide presentation mode, please?
The slide presentation more?
Yeah. Right there
What do
at
you
the
mean?
bottom. Right there at the bottom, right-hand side. See, next to that lever, there is a slide. Yeah, keep going down, keep going down. Down, 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 all the way down.
All the
No,
way
on-
down to the bottom of the slides?
No, not on the presentation, just below the presentation.
Like
Yeah,
right
keep going
here?
down. Yeah, down, down. No, you were there on the right-hand side. Yeah, keep going down. Down, yeah. There you see the 29. Okay, next to it, keep coming left, left, more left.
Oh, okay.
That one, no, the other one before that, the next one, this one here, yeah, slideshow. Do that.
Ah, okay.
I was gonna say,
I've
you're
never
doing
used
good.
PowerPoint. I
Yes.
have used it, but I've never like presented it. So thank you, Vish.
Cool, sure. This is much better. I can see.
I know, what would we do without you? All right, synopsis Act 2. A few people try to log out immediately only to find that they no longer can. It is revealed that they are locked in the platform until all AI personalities are snuffed out and killed. The only way you can truly tell if it is an AI or human is the way they die. AI will shatter into dissipating pixels, while humans will fall over in a pool of blood. And there's one other problem. None of the AI are self-aware. They all believe themselves to be real people. One person freaks out and stabs another. They fall dead to the ground. Their partner, furious, lashes out and kills them. They fall to the ground dead. Chaos ensues as a large amount of the participants kill one another in order to escape this twisted experiment. Some partners kill their others, believing them to be AI. Bodies everywhere fall to the ground or dissipate into pixels. Quentin and Caroline are horrified by what they are seeing. In shock, they don't notice as someone approaches from behind to kill them off. Jake steps up and saves them, killing their attacker. The body dissipates into pixels as Jake sighs in relief. Jake takes Ayla and tells Quentin and Caroline to follow. They run away and hide to think and regroup as the massacre continues.
Now, one thing I asked Coda with this storyline was, because I'm always thinking plot holes in my head, right? I was like, well, couldn't you just like stab them somewhere non-lethal and see if they bleed or turn into pixels or whatever? And he was like, well, you're in a virtual reality, so obviously you wouldn't.
It's basically like a video game. You know, you get
Yeah.
hurt, it doesn't really show up until you die.
It's not a place. I was like, okay, good. Because that was the first thing that I was like, wait. I was trying to like look for the thing that could, because when I watch a movie or a show, I fixate on those things and I'm like, please give me an explanation or let me think of something that might make sense so I don't have to think.
Yeah.
of
With the
something.
AI for this picture, I was trying to find an image of people separating into like groups. If anyone's seen Squid Game, it's kind of like that, where they're kind of like camping out. They've turned over some tables and chairs and tried to make like a little campsite area. Not really a campsite, but a little area where they can fortify themselves. And I was trying to use the AI thing for that, but it just did not have any idea. I didn't know how to word it to get it to know what I was trying to get it to do. So that's why this is black. Anyway, synopsis Act 2 continued. Quentin, Caroline, Jake, and Ayla managed to escape and wait out the initial onslaught. It takes around half a day for the initial onslaught to end. Out of the 300 participants, 136 remain. Those who survived are distraught, many having seen their loved ones murdered in front of them, and many others are in disbelief over what they just took part in. A few days go by and Quentin, Caroline, Jake, and Ayla all run into a few other couples hiding out. Some took part in the onslaught and others did not, but they all agree to form a pact, at least for now, to have a stronger chance of getting out of this place by teaming up. They set a space where they can fortify themselves and figure out what to do next. The other participants also group up and create their own fortifications. As time goes on, the psychological effects begin to take a toll, and some participants commit suicide over their guilt or broken hearts. Others begin to question if their partner is an AI, or even if they themselves are AI. Act 3. As more time passes, participants continue to commit suicide while others betray their groups or partners and kill their own. Raids also begin happening to other groups. The raids get more frequent and violent as time passes until all the groups are torn apart from within or from other raiding parties. There was one final segregation as the last 20 participants remain, couples and singles. Quentin and Caroline, Jake and Ayla, and 2 other couples remain. Any singles that had a human partner are immediately killed, as all 10 of the human couples have already been split up or both killed. 16 participants remain. Then all focus turns to the couples that remain. Each couple is given the option of sacrificing themselves to see if they are the AI, and if they are not, the other partner will be killed as well. One at a time, each couple decides to sacrifice one of themselves. The first couple, the AI is killed. The second couple, the human is killed. Then the partner is killed, who turns out to be an AI. Focus shifts to Quentin and Caroline. Quentin decides he will be the one to take the sacrifice for them. But as he's getting ready to be killed, Caroline gets in the way, sacrificing herself in the process. Quentin screams for her not to do this, but it is too late. Caroline dies by dissipating pixels. Caroline was an AI. Quentin is paralyzed by the realization. Focus turns to his friends Jake and Ayla. Jake sacrifices himself only to reveal he is a human. Ayla quickly gets killed next, but she is also human? Everyone is taken aback until the realization suddenly sets in. One of the couples were both AI. Everyone quickly turns and begins killing the others. Quentin doesn't have the will to, after seeing the one he loved, as well as his friends, die. He feels something in his chest, looks down, and sees a knife. In a moment, he feels his body begin to shatter and dissipate. He and Caroline were the AI couple.
Yeah, honey, this is kind of an emergency, just really quick. Can you?
What?
Me beneficiary, you petitioner?
No, you're the petitioner.
Me petitioner, you beneficiary?
I don't know.
Oh crap.
Just give it a moment. Anyway,
Okay.
sorry, she was talking about something else. All right, then we go to the theme. Theme is the speed at which people will turn on each other for their own survival. Color palette, red, black, brown, and white. Actually, this brown I would be probably changed to a little bit more of like a maroon, not maroon. What am I trying to say? What color am I trying to say, honey? The brown.
Burgundy? No,
Not
that's red.
burgundy. That's red.
Mahogany?
Mahogany, maybe, yeah. Like a very elegant looking wood brown. Because they're going to be in like a fancy dating app estate. This color palette will show the elegance of the virtual reality dating estate where the film takes place, as well as the death and blood from the massacre of the participants being forced into killing one another. Red for the blood and for elegance, black for death and for elegance, brown for elegance, and the white, this is a complimentary. Characters. Quentin, male, 34. Quentin is a joyful, humorous accountant. He never takes anything too seriously and enjoys making jokes and getting others laughing. He's never been married and is looking to meet the right person to settle down and start a family. Caroline, female, 31. Caroline is a thoughtful math teacher. She loves helping people learn and grow. She tries to be considerate of others' feelings and always tries to see things from others' perspectives. She got married when she was 18 and stayed with that person until she was 26. Now that it has been a little over 5 years, she's ready to get back out there and start again. Jake, male, 29. Jake is our sarcastic game developer. He is more of an introvert and doesn't like being in large groups. Although his sarcasm and remarks can make it seem like he doesn't care about anyone, if he likes somebody, he'll stay loyal to them to the end. He doesn't like boasting or compliments and deflects what he finds to be uncomfortable emotional moments with humor. He has never been married and has never had a long-term relationship. Ayla, female, 28. Ayla is a shy astronomer. She likes people, but has a hard time opening up to them and connecting. However, if she connects with someone, getting her to be quiet is the hard part. She was in a relationship for a long while, But after waiting for years for the person to ask to marry her, she gave up and broke it off when they would not. It's been long enough for her now that she is ready to move on and start something with a new partner. Our team. Lakota Cloud, writer-director. Lakota has been studying film since he was 15. He has worked on several video projects and short films and is excited to dive into feature films. Lakota is always trying to improve his craft, learn from obstacles, and push forward no matter what problems arise. He believes that story should always be at the forefront of any decisions made. He is a problem solver, quick thinking, dedicated, hardworking, and brings a can-do attitude to the whole team.
I promise I'm listening. It's just she's asking me a bunch of stuff about the paperwork and she needs it. So I'm like back and forth.
Priscilla Cloud, producer. Priscilla has produced several school projects and a short film. She also helps run an online filmmaking study course. Though she's legally blind, that hasn't stopped her from pursuing her passion for producing. She has excellent organizational, preparation, and communication skills. Ooh, that should say skills. She's always thinking about every detail and doesn't let anything slip through the cracks. She is passionate and eager to produce her first feature. Location. So this is all three of these images I got from Starry AI, the app. And I think they turned out really well. Like it made it really pretty. Yeah, so it's kind of like the estate with all the people meeting up. And then that's the gala where they learn about the reason they're there and all get locked in. And then that's kind of like the inside of the estate. I was thinking that would be like the kind of area where somebody might fortify themselves by like a little corner of the room with a bunch of furniture. So I tried to get it to do it, but I mean, that's what it gave me. I think it still looks really good. It matches the aesthetics, but it didn't really do what I wanted it to. So it's really hard, but I think it's really interesting and really good to use because it can come up with some really good and quick concept art if you have a new project you're looking to make. The genre, sci-fi thriller, length, estimated about 110 pages. Of course, I'd change this when we actually have a script. Estimated budget, 5 million. Shooting days, 33, average 4 pages shot per day. Target audience, men age 18 to 35 who are sci-fi and thriller fans. For sci-fi films, male percentage of viewership accounts for around 55% of total viewership. And for thriller films, male percentage of viewership accounts for around 60% of total viewership. Younger audiences enjoy the realness and graphic action of the intense storyline, which would be the reason why we aim at a younger audience, because there's a lot of graphic violence that happens in this. Similar projects, Sword Art Online. If anyone's ever watched that, you'll know why that's similar. Honeymoon Phase, we figured that was kind of like the sci-fi independent project that had some similar vibes because you don't really know exactly what's going on. And when you do, it's that's the one we actually watched in our group. And then The Immaculate Room, I saw a trailer for it. I think it's kind of similar. Of course, if this was a real thing I was trying to do, I would research a lot more to find projects that are a lot more similar and closely related. Marketing, create a social media presence on several platforms, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. We will also create fake dating profiles for an advertising campaign on dating sites, as well as social media platforms. And we will utilize current metaverse platforms like Meta Horizon, Decentraland, and more as a unique way to advertise and create tie-in events for the upcoming film by immersing the audience in a virtual copy of the film's location. So because Meta is starting to become more prominent, it'd be a great way to market to that niche where it's like not too many people are taking advantage of it. And you could create a virtual space that's pretty much looking similar or has a similar layout to the film's location or the idea that you have for a film location. So a project like this, we figured that would work perfectly for that. I think that's everything. Yep, so that's everything. Any comments, questions, feedback, criticisms?
Like I like I mentioned, I feel like if we had a little more time and we were doing this professionally, we clean up the descriptions a little bit, abbreviate some stuff. Um, we would add more stuff about the budget and the distribution plan, because those things take a little more time and are very specific to where we're marketing, who we're marketing for, what kind of where the money's coming from, that kind of thing. So that would take a little more work. And yeah, I definitely see room for improvement, but I'm still really proud of the. We basically took one of Coda's many like ideas in his idea folder, and we expanded upon it, and I really had fun doing it, and I'm really kind of proud of what we came up with, and it was fun. It's really, and it was very educational. Like it taught me a lot about especially the marketing. It was so much fun coming up with marketing ideas.
Oh yeah, yeah, you were great with that.
Yeah, I came up with the dating app suggestion and the a virtual world suggestion, because I thought, well, it's in AI, right? So we can make like a VR world on these like metaverses now, and that can be like a huge promotional thing. And I don't know if it would even work, but I just thought it sounded fun. So, yes, I also thought like a good way of getting our audience too, since it's a movie about modern dating and online dating, was to have it like as a little gimmick on dating apps, because people would be able to relate to it, but also like, oh, I'm glad that's not the world I'm.
And also it actually ties directly to the film's core. One of the film's core themes is like, you don't really know who that person is. So if it's us as an AI or us as a fake movie program pretending to be a person on a dating app, it's exactly like this movie would be, where it's like, you don't know if they're an AI or not. You don't really know who you're talking to ever. It could be a bot if you're talking on Reddit or Twitter or Facebook. And so yeah.
No, definitely. I think you have a really nice storyline. I really like it. It's very futuristic and contemporary. I think goes with the whole, AI flow. And though I must say that right at the beginning when you started, or maybe right towards the middle, I kind of predicted that both of them are AI. So, so it was not a surprise for me, but
Because I thought of the same thing, but then I was like, I always try to.
I know it was either, the problem is it's either having them both be human, it's either having them one be a human, one be an AI, or both be AI. So
yeah, no, one of the couples you had human and AI combination, right? So you covered that.
That's why it's good to
most of the humans are AI combinations. So that's because there's 100 and, well, out of the 300, there's 140 that are AI. So almost out of the 150 couples, 140 of them are all, one of them's an AI, one of them's a human. And so like throughout the story, it would be them killing off one person. And if it's an AI, the human, they just assume the other person's a human. And then if they kill both and they're both human, they're like, well, that's one of the human couples. There's only 10 of those. And by the end, it would be that all 10 of those human couples died. So they figured that everyone else, one of them is an AI out of all the couples left. When it turns out that there's an 11th human couple, because one of the couples are both AI, which ends up being the main characters.
So there was this movie, I forgot the name of it, but I thought it was, what was that guy who acted in this combination of comic hero movies, comic books movie? The Iron Man, was it Iron Man? I don't know, it was him, but it sounds like him. So the story was about this guy who has a robot kind of thing, and he interacts with that robot.
Is
and
it attracted to it?
he interacts with
Interacts. Okay.
yeah, interacts with that robot. And I think there's a the whole movie is about his interaction with her, and then the emotions kind of they play on the emotions of the human with that robot, with the robot.
Mhm.
Almost very similar to what concept you have, but the dating definitely seems to be a novel idea, and completely relates to the current dating environment, or maybe the dating environment as such,
Mhm.
where you are not really knowing whom you're actually interacting with. So
Right.
the concept of AI gels with the dating thing very well. So
Because
because
you
I
don't
think
know if
these
that person's gonna blow up the next time they have something go wrong. It's just gonna
right, because a
freak
lot
out.
of I think, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of these dating apps are using AI to match, conceptually match your characteristics. Sorry, the what did they say? Match your qualities, right? Or match your
Or your likes and stuff or dislikes.
yes, yeah, like likes and dislikes. They're using AI to basically make those select people to be together,
Mhm.
right? So
Yeah.
that a lot of these apps or a lot of these websites are, I would think they're doing it, but seems like that direction it's going, and because the majority there's so the population is so vast, right? And trying to find out a person close to it can be very confusing, and a person close to your liking is kind of next to difficult, if not impossible.
Mhm.
Yeah, but good concept. I think the AI definitely is and the pixelating of the AI, say when they get killed, kind of a giveaway for whether it's human or AI, kind of
Mhm.
is very unique. And
Yeah, and I was figuring it'd also be like, once you kill off so many people, there's just dead bodies everywhere because the human people just stay in there.
yeah.
So you just end up with like a massacre of people as time
Right.
continues.
Yeah, reminds me of the protest that happens, right? So you have like the
Yeah.
AI.
That's why I was using the AI generator thing, and I was trying to come up with I was trying to
Was
get
it
it
the
to do
Starry AI?
dead bodies and stuff. Starry AI, yeah.
Oh,
Starry AI. And it's a phone app. It gives you like 5 free images a day. Well,
oh,
every prompt you give it, it'll give you 4 images to pick from. So
oh,
it gives you, I guess, like 20 a day. But if you want to pay for it, you can also get more. Or you can I think there's a subscription thing you can do too. But if you
oh.
log in every day, you can just get 5 free credits and just add them up, and then make whatever images you want.
Mm.
And it's very interesting. I still haven't figured out all the kinks to it, but I definitely think that the AI generating for art is very helpful when you're just coming up with concepts anyway, for the
Mm.
most part. There's definitely some things that it doesn't do well. Like trying to get the dead bodies and whatever, it was showing like
Mm.
some, I don't know,
Is
it's
that
like
like a
weird
4K?
looking, or it was like real, like actual bodies. And so
Mm.
it's not gonna work well for concept.
Is that 4K pictures that it gives?
Yeah, well, it gives you a certain size, but you can also upsize it by giving it another, like they give you like 5 credits a day or whatever, and 1 credit makes that 4 images. And if you wanted to download one or keep one, print it out or whatever, you can upsize it for a credit or 2 if you want to really upsize it to the best quality you can get.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah,
you
to
have to pay.
upscale it. Sorry. So like you can do a 4096 by 5120 for 1 credit, or
Mhm.
8,192 by 10,240 for 2 credits. So you can do like a huge upscaling of the image.
Oh, credit meaning you have to give them credit?
No, like you get 5 credits a day if you log in.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's just a way for them to like try to get you to buy more, you know, buy 40
Oh.
credits for $10 or whatever. And then it's like, but it gives you 5 a free each day. So as long as you get in, you get it. You could stack up like 100 if you log in 50 days in a row or whatever, you know.
Interesting concept.
Yeah. But I definitely like I definitely like testing it out with the AI generators after we were like looking into it a little more, because I didn't know there was an app one, but I think that definitely helps
I
to.
would probably add more. I know your stuff is very preliminary, but I would add more visuals to it, especially when you're going between the acts. It's
Mhm.
getting very dense as far as text goes.
Yeah.
So, to break the monotony, maybe have act 1 and then have some visuals of that pertaining to that act.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
The reason I would have
I
done
think it's
that,
pretty
the reason
good.
I didn't is, because
Yeah, synopsis as such has good informational content in there, but maybe visuals would also help. I think.
I agree. And that way it would be like showing the characters in the group and whatever else.
Yeah, and
Kind of get
that
some. If I got
background
more
also.
concept, if I got like an actual concept artist or something, I would definitely try to shove some more visuals in, or kind of maybe even do like what Gabe did, where half of it is the synopsis and the other half is the images.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and definitely lose that blood kind of thing up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Halloween
That looks
looking
like
thing.
your AI stuff is turning into zombies. You don't want that, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
good job. A lot of work, I think.
Yeah, well, the hardest part was figuring out how to word it, how to break it down into things, because I didn't have a script mainly. It's hard to break down something when you don't really have a script.
Right.
Hard to summarize something when you don't actually have the thing.
Yeah, I think
So
the synopsis, without the pitch deck is, has no value without the synopsis.
right, yeah.
So that's my problem. I don't have a synopsis, so I said okay.
Yeah.
Can't give a pitch deck.
So you don't have any information on what this thing is. All right, cool. Does anyone else have any comments, questions, or did anybody else do this exercise and would like to share? I know V did it. She came in for a bit, but I think she had to go, so we'll get to hers Thursday.
Yeah.
All right, let us jump into tonight's stuff.
Do we have enough time for tonight's stuff? It's already 12:12.
Good
Hey,
job. I
last
think.
time we were here till 2.
Well, yeah.
Checks were,
Should.
excellent.
No, we
Oh,
can't shove it to Thursday. We have too much going on.
Oh, that's true. All right.
I'll try. I mean, this should be not too bad. We'll see. We'll see. If it starts getting too late, we'll do.
Yeah, if I remember, it's quick, right? It's just like 2-3 things.
We'll see. Every time I think it's going to be quick, it's not. Every time I think it's going to be long, it is. Well, it's the same thing. Either way, when I think it's something, it's always the other way.
Guess we'll see.
All right. First thing we're talking about too for tonight's stuff is the filmmaking process. Stuff basically we've gone over since the beginning of this study course. Development, pre-production, production, or also known as principal photography, post-production, marketing, and distribution. During development, you flesh out the idea with outlines, write the script's first drafts up to the final draft. You figure out what this idea is. Figure out the financials and the logistics of the project. Create pitch tools like concept art, lookbooks or show Bibles, and more to help pitch the idea. You do market research on the film or show and how marketable or sellable it is, as well as projections for what it can sell for and how much it can make from multiple revenue streams. Pitch the idea to investors, networks, studios, distributors, and more, or producers, or whoever you're trying to get on board. You're pitching to people. You create a distribution plan, what you plan to do, how you plan to distribute it, and who you plan to get as a distributor or contact. Unless you're pitching to a distributor, then you might just say that the distribution plan is, give them a plan, but don't say who else you're going to. That way they think it's mainly just them. Marketing plan, you come up with a marketing plan for how you're going to market this thing, and how you're going to get it to who your target audience is and all that stuff that we've been talking about this specific semester. You try to secure funding for the project. If you're pitching to investors, obviously that's how you're trying to do it. But there's multiple other avenues for trying to secure funding and try to figure out what your finance plan is. And so that's another aspect of development. And development can last anywhere from a few months to several years. It just depends on how complex the idea is. It depends on how well you have everything fleshed out before you try to begin pitching it. It depends on how big the project is, how out there it is, how different it is. If it's very similar and it's a very low budget, but it has a good chance of getting a lot of revenue return, then you might have a lot quicker of a development cycle because you might get people on board really quickly. Whereas if it's a very long project that has a very good chance of not making its money back and it's going to cost a lot of money, then it could take several years to get people involved and get people to back it, or just to get it all ready to go. Then you move into pre-production. So that's it. All this stuff like figuring out the production insurance and getting it, acquiring it, finalizing the script with any last adjustments from producers or comments or whatever from anybody that needs it changed, any of the decision makers and the executives and whoever else. Script breakdowns, finalizing the shooting script, finalizing the production budget. You hire production crews, starting with the department heads and then their teams, as well as anyone else needed. The order of hiring will differ from production to production, depending on what is most important to the producer and sometimes what's most important to the director, as well as how many people the producer knows. They might know a cinematographer or a DP, same thing. And they might choose to hire them right off the bat because they know them, or they might think that they need a certain person first because this project specifically is more about its cinematography, it's more about its visuals. So they're trying to get the people involved with visuals on board as quickly as possible. Whereas other ones, other producers might think that the cinematographer can be hired at the end of pre-production almost. I've heard it, tons of people say different things. So it's all over the place with when people are hired and what order they are. Usually a production designer will be hired on pretty early and the other department heads will be hired on pretty early, but it all just depends. It also depends on what deadline you're given when you are given finance backing. They might give you, okay, but you have to do it in a few months, and then you have to rush to try to figure out who to get on board. And so, or they might give you plenty of time to figure it out. I guess a few months might be plenty of time. I don't know. I'm not sure on the timelines of.
I was gonna say more often than not, they're not gonna give you more than a few months because that should be enough time. And also they have their own deadlines and their own quotas.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a small deadline would be. Like, oh, you have to get it done in a month, or you have to get it ready by a month. I'm not sure like what the quickest turnaround would be that somebody might request. It could be a week. I don't know. Just depending on how quickly they're trying to push something out. Anyway, you also do production meetings galore. You're going to have production meetings with everybody, figuring out every single detail, hashing out every single logistic problem and issue, and figuring out all those logistics and those financial matters and the budgets and everything that needs to be worked out. Finalizing the production budget. That's when you figure out from those department heads and their teams and how big they are, what they need, and start changing the budget by borrowing from one part of the budget to feed into another until you have it all finalized and figured out. Coming up with concept art, mood boards, making the props, the costumes, the weapons, the set dressing elements, and creating or acquiring any of those things. Creating the storyboard, shot list, finding and securing locations by location scouting, acquiring permits and licenses if needed, any kind of set construction that needs to be done, shooting schedules, blocking diagrams, acquiring gear and equipment, auditioning and hiring the actors, doing table reads with them, rehearsals, and getting some of the behind the scenes completed or captured. Is all stuff that can take place during pre-production and should be. Now, during principal photography, you're hiring all further crew needed for the production phase only, or production and post. And obviously, you're not going to hire them on the day of, so that could be counted as pre-production. But sometimes they don't hire people until they start production, and then they hire the person for the next week or whatever. So hiring can stay consistent throughout. Just depends on how big the project is and how small the roles are, how small the things that are needed are. If you need a greenery guy for one day, or greenery girl, I guess, either way, but you don't need them until 3 weeks from now, then you might just wait off on hiring somebody until a week before so that they don't cancel or whatever. So hiring all further crew needed for the production phase only, or production and post, anyone who wasn't already hired during the pre-production phase. Shooting at the locations on a day-to-day basis, depending on the shooting schedule made during pre-production. Adapting to any hurdles or unseen problems arising during, before, or immediately following the shooting for the day. Setting up lighting, cameras, and all equipment, sets, and set dressing for each scene when needed. Each crew member ensures their responsibilities are accounted for and are on set and set up when needed. Actors are rehearsing their lines and blocking, then acting them out during different takes. Rewrites and changes to the script happen all the time when you're in production. Reviewing the daily footage shot that day, daily and weekly scheduling and budgeting reports, reshoots and pickups, behind the scenes captured. Also, reshoots and pickups sometimes doesn't happen until post-production. They see that they need it and then go back to it. Sometimes it can happen, kind of during production, and they'll just add a day on at the end and say, oh, we'll reshoot the scene, or we'll do it tomorrow when we have time. So they can happen either during production or during both post-production and production, or during just post-production. Behind the scenes capturing the moments of the behind the scenes of certain shots, certain moments that were really important or hard to set up, and how they were captured, how they got it done. Professional production stills, photo shoots, and other things like that used for marketing are also captured during production most of the time. During post-production, you're sticking to the post-production budget and sticking to the post-production schedule. Sometimes those schedules and those budgets are figured out in pre-production or in development, sometimes even, and other times they are figured out during production. When you're getting to the end of production, they finalize everything and make sure they know those schedules and budgets are going to work for the footage that they have and what they need for post. So it's kind of fluid until that point. Also hire on all post-production crew that wasn't involved with or hired on for pre-production or production. And so sometimes you might not hire people until you need them, like a sound designer or a composer. You might wait until you actually need it.
Sure. I thought you
knew I was like, oh.
figured it out.
Yeah, I was like, composition. No, that's not it. Composer. So you're not going to hire the composer until you need them most of the time. Other people in post-production you might hire during production or pre-production so that they can see how it goes, and even be kind of like a visual effects supervisor on set, might be there for production and also be there for post-production. so that they have an idea of what was happening and what went on. And other people you'll just hire in post-production, during post-production. You'll review all the footage, make selects, which is selecting out the footage that's usable, or the parts of the footage that is going to be used or could be used, and then editing them together into the first rough cut. And there's pickups and reshoots if any are felt to be needed. Review the rough cut and get feedback, make changes to make a second rough cut or a first fine cut, depending on the production and how they want to go about naming each cut. Those can mean the same thing, rough cut, fine cut. Depending on the production, it just means the next version of the final film until you have it completely finalized. By repeating that process, by going back and taking the feedback and making changes until you get to the final cut, where the final cut is reached. Everything is how the director and the producer want it. Once that's done, it gets the director's approval, it gets the producer's approval. Then you do a picture lock, which means you're not going to mess with the order of the scenes or the timing of any scenes or moments, and the picture's not going to be messed with anymore. It's locked. It's locked in. That's when sound, music, color, and visual effects work separately, but at the same time to finish their work for the finished picture edit. Foley, ADR, sound design, voiceover, music licensing or composition created, sound mix, mixing dialogue, sound effects, and music together at best levels, then review and adjustments made until final sound mix is made. Visual effects, CGI, color correction, color grading, all those things are also done. Audience test screenings can be done. There's a final check, last minute adjustments, quality check, and then finalizing it, making the master and making several iterations of the final film. Now, some of this stuff can start happening in production or even pre-production. If you have CGI heavy or visual effects heavy film, they're typically not just going to be hired or start during post-production, but they are considered post-production because they do the work for after the footage is made or filmed. But yeah, the CGI artists, the visual effects artists, they can sometimes start all the way back in pre-production, creating those assets needed when there's CGI characters and stuff. Then you get into marketing and distribution. Note, marketing may start all the way back during pre-production, depending on the production and the budget. They might start announcing it even before the film is actually getting made. They might start announcing it as each team member starts being added in. The above the line people anyway, the director, the producer. You know, we hear about those big directors that everybody knows. Steven Spielberg is now signed on as the director for blank blank film. And it's like, okay, and that's all the way back and before they even start. They don't even have a script yet, but he's going to be the producer on it or the executive producer or whatever.
Sometimes they do that, to get a specific script made or to get a specific person to make it, basically.
Yeah, because now they have a big name attached to it.
Yeah.
They can use it, but they also announce it out to everyone else so they're aware of what's going on.
It's also
That's part of the
pressure
marketing.
to think, like public pressure. Like, no, now people know about this, so you can't give up.
Nah, because they give up all the time on stuff.
Yeah, they do. I think it makes it harder, doesn't it? Because now you get public outcry and
I mean, hey, you're getting people talking about it.
maybe not. I just thought that might be a reason in my head, you know.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes,
Yeah.
I mean, that's obviously why they want to announce it, but if it doesn't work out,
Yeah,
they're still like, okay, well, here's the next person.
yeah.
You also create and use the marketing budget, which is separate from the production budget in large productions. Promoting the film on social media and spreading the word, using the marketing plan, marketing the film to the target audience, using a variety of marketing techniques and tools, possibly getting a producer rep and or a sales agent to help sell to distributors. So they're kind of marketing it to the distributors. Going to film festivals, possibly, either going before, excuse me, you either go to a film festival before a distribution deal, or you could even go after a distributor makes a deal with you. They might request or require you to go to those film festivals, because I think that'll add some legitimacy to the film and get more people interested in it. Taking it to film markets, trying to sell it there if you don't have a distributor or some other way. Creating any deliverables needed to secure a distribution deal, which will differ depending on the distributor and the deal. That could be forced narratives, dialogue lists, spotting lists, continuity scripts, chains of title, QC reports, quality control reports, E&O insurance, errors and omissions, DCP, digital cinema package, M&E, music and effects tracks, textless elements, and more, and all that stuff that we talked about with distribution. Interviews, local news stories, national news stories if a popular and large budget, private screenings, press events, and stuff like that to help get people interested. Distributing it to theaters, online video on demand platforms, home video, which is DVD and Blu-ray, TV, making a TV movie or putting it on TV, some kind of channel, making merchandise and more, either all or any mixture of distribution. Or you could just do a single thing. Some movies just go to TV. Some movies just do video on demand, stuff like that. International distribution with a sales agent, then receiving any revenues owed to you, paying off the budget, paying back investors with whatever deals they have, and pocketing whatever is left. As the whole process, at least, everything I could think of from the start of when you're trying to do a film to the end. Is there anything we missed or left out? And does anybody have any questions, comments, or anything to add to that whole process?
I think you did good, right? Breaking it down.
I think so, but I think I swear I probably left some stuff
Oh,
out.
there's always stuff. That's something that I feel like we need to realize and be very clear. Like, we are not going to go through every single thing, learn, and there's always going to be more to learn. There's always going to be stuff we left out. There's always going to be different perspectives, points of view, different takes on things. So, but at the end of the day, all we can do is the best we can to explain it and learn it in a way that helps us do better, understand better the industry, do a better job at presenting our work, doing our work, that kind of thing.
Agreed. But does anybody else have anything to add? All right, moving on from that, we're talking about distance filmmaking, or otherwise known as remote filmmaking. Oh, Gabe, did you have anything to add?
No,
Okay,
I
just
was
like
gonna,
that.
yes. Yeah, no, it's okay. I was gonna say it's really good. What you saw is actually good, really good.
Thanks. Yeah, I tried to like break down everything into a kind of a broad, but still there's so much to cover kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, it's basically, what we've been learning over the entire time we've been doing this for these last 2 years is, what each of these steps entails and what goes into each. And then, you just breaking it down like that, you can see why it's so hard to make a film in the first place.
Yeah, not even.
Yeah.
This is all just film.
There's specific, like, even if you go to film school, there's specific classes you have to take or you can miss out on. There's specific aspects that you'll only know if you if you are learning a specific part of film or if you take a specific course on that. So there's never going to be like everything in one, I feel like.
I think I did pretty well making it everything in one.
We're trying to learn this as much as possible, but there's always going to be new stuff too.
Oh, yeah.
So we never should stop learning, even if like we're gonna finish soon, and it's like 2 years pretty much of us doing this, and
Yeah, it is.
there's 2 years, and there's still more for us to learn, and there's still updates all the time, new technology coming out, new techniques, new laws and stuff. So even when we end it here, I would recommend us all to like not stop researching and learning and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. There's always more. There's probably even stuff that, there's probably plenty of stuff that we left out, even within these 2 years that we've covered a bunch.
Oh yeah.
You know, and some of the stuff, obviously, we didn't delve into like a master class in it. We just kind of did a initial summary.
Scratching the surface, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're ever going to dive into any of these aspects, you have to definitely dive in a lot deeper than we were able to.
Because there's so many parts of filmmaking. There's so many different.
I still stand by
Departments.
my original idea of learning a little bit of everything now.
No, definitely. No,
So that
definitely.
understanding the differences. We'll talk more about that in a later meeting.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying that like there's so many different departments. So what we're doing, what we try to do is study, learn together different aspects of every single part. And then depending on what you want to do later on in your career, in your hobby, in your dreams, you're going to delve deeper into that specific thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so distance or remote filmmaking. This is coming from Adobe Creative Cloud, letter B in the syllabus. It's the video masterclass, remote editing, 1 year later, tips, solutions, and more. For distance editing and post-production, one of the main hassles you'll run into is the workflow and the file sharing. Whenever you're working remotely, you have to get the files to them, and you have to figure out what works the best, what the workflow is going to be, and what programs you're going to use to communicate through, what programs you're going to use to leave feedback with, to share the files. So there's a lot of that stuff you have to figure out when you have somebody that isn't working, where you can just go over to their studio or go over to their house or wherever they're working at and meet up with them. So you need to make sure how to make sure everybody has access to the files, and make sure no one is editing over the same work as another person is essentially creating two different versions of the same file. So if it's depending on what way you're using it, you might have a downloadable file, and there might be you might have two editors, or you might have two different people doing different aspects of the same project. You know, like a colorist and then an editor. And so if you have the same piece of footage or you have the same file, they're both grabbing from it, then especially if you have two editors, you never want to make sure that one's downloading it and editing it and then uploading it, but the other person at the same time downloaded it. And so they're both working on that same version, and basically creating two versions of the same file. Because now you have the one editor's done their part and they upload the new version that they just updated, but then the other editor was using the old version and they update with their new edits and upload a version. So now you have two files instead of one, and someone has to do their work over again, basically, to try to or figure out a way to match it into the file. It just makes it a lot more confusing. So if you're doing it through something like Google Docs, or you're doing it through Dropbox or something like that, you got to make sure that the people are communicating. If it's you editing, if it's somebody else doing it, you just have to make sure whoever's editing is communicating with the other people that, hey, I just downloaded it, don't touch it until I'm done.
Yeah, that's
That way when
super
they
important.
upload it,
Otherwise it becomes a whole mess.
yeah. And that way they're not working on top of each other's work that's already done by the other one once they're finished. Or that way they do work on top of the other one's work. So they get the newest version and work on it so they can do their work over the newest edit instead of working on an old version at the same time as them. So communication is a huge aspect with remote filmmaking or distance filmmaking. You got to make sure everybody's communicating and understanding what the other one's job is, and what the when someone's using a file, if you're using something like that, like Dropbox. That way, the other person's not going to touch it until they're done. One way you can set this up is through something like Dropbox. However, you don't know when the other is working on it, and you have to wait for them to download it, then upload the newest version back to Dropbox Drive. So it comes with that confusion and that chance of them working on the file at the same time. So Dropbox and things like that can be a little harder to do. It's still able to be done. It's just, it can have that error of confusion where something like that happens. You can, like I said, solve this by ensuring team members warn other members when they're using a file and then letting them know when the newest versions are uploaded for others to use. But that can lead to confusion, higher risk of error or miscommunication. Or if someone forgets to communicate it, it could cause problems because now there's two files. Which one do I use? Which one's the newest one? I don't know. So another way to do remote editing, you could use something with a faster workflow remotely, is subscribing to a cloud sharing platform. And the video they were talking about LucidLink, which is actually made for video collaboration, media projects, anyway. And so something like that, it's cloud sharing. So you don't have, you could use LucidLink or you could use similar software services that do the same thing. They act as a central hub and cloud-based hard drive so that multiple people from all over can access the files. So if you've ever seen like a company that has a studio or an editing space and they have a bunch of editors in the same room or in different rooms even, they all grab the files usually from a central server, which is, they all have access to the same stuff all at the same time. And when you go into a distance, when you go to different locations, that's harder to do. And that's where these cloud servers, these cloud sharing platforms come in, because then they can act as that central hub, that central server where everyone can grab the same information and know what's going on at the same time. It's basically, it's very similar to plugging a USB external hard drive into your computer. With one of these platforms, it kind of just appears like it's a hard drive attached to your computer. You don't have to download the files to your computer in order to use them, and you can save changes directly to the cloud storage drive. They said you can also lock a file so someone else doesn't have access to it, at least for LucidLink. You can lock it that way. If you're using it, somebody else isn't going to use it at the same time, and you're going to edit over each other or make weird things start to happen. That can be used when you're working on a newer version of a project and you don't want somebody to mess with it and go back to a previous project, go back to a previous iteration of the project, or do something that's going to mess with their edit or whatever they're doing at that time. But because it is saved to a shared cloud hard drive, you can also make changes and save them to the cloud drive, and the other people will see those changes as they are accessing the file. So once you update something, if you're working on two separate things that aren't going to interrupt or rely on each other's work, then you could have two people working on the same file at the same time. And once one saves, it updates the other person's file because they're both accessing it from the same source, that cloud server. They immediately see when someone is uploading a file as well. So if somebody's putting something from their computer, oh, hey, I'll send you the picture, or I'm gonna upload this new thing, blah, blah, blah. And they start uploading it to the cloud hard drive. Other people can see it immediately. They just won't be able to access it until the upload is complete. But then they will know that something is coming. So unlike with Dropbox or something like that, you have to fully upload it so people see it. With something like a cloud drive or a cloud sharing platform, you can see it immediately, at least for LucidLink anyway. When it completes its upload, the other people will have immediate access to then use it, open the file or edit it and make changes right from their computer. There is a monthly fee to using a service like this, and it costs more the more storage space you need. But averagely it's around 20 to 30 a month. So it's not too bad. I mean, it definitely is somewhat expensive, but it's not too bad. And it's definitely worth looking into if you're going to do any remote editing or post-production workflows and setups like that, because it'll just make it a lot more streamlined. With distance post work, you want to be sure more than ever that files are getting organized in an agreed upon, simple, clear way so that nothing gets lost or forgotten. With distance post work, it's also crucial that everyone is communicative, they communicate a lot, and they're working as a team. Just because they're on their own doesn't mean they should work on their own unless their work really doesn't involve anybody else, which is not likely given that we're working with film. It's a very collaborative effort. If you're using a Dropbox or Google Drive workflow instead, you want to figure out who the primary person is for holding the master files on their drive. The master files will most likely be too large for sharing back and forth, especially for 4K or larger files. Those can be very massive, a lot of gigabytes. So, if you have a full feature film, it's all 4K or it's all 6K, you could have a terabyte of information, and that would take forever to upload. So you want to most likely have a shared folder with proxies. Once the other post crew are done with their work, they can send the project files back to the primary person, and the primary person can replace the proxies with the high resolution master files and then create the export. That way they don't have to actually upload the master files, the actual source files, which are the maybe 1 terabyte of information. They can use proxies and bring that down quite a bit to 500 gigabytes or less, depending on how lower quality proxies they're using. Other tools that can help are tools like frame.io, which allows feedback and collaboration on film and video projects. People can leave comments directly on a specific part of individual frames. They can go frame by frame and then they can leave a comment somewhere and they can point to something and draw on it. So they could circle it and be like, her ear looks weird here, and type like a little remark on that frame to make sure that that person is aware exactly what they're talking about. Because another problem you'll run into if you don't use something like this is the person might be working in an editor and then they send you they export it, a low resolution version so you can view it, and then you'll view it, but you won't have the exact timestamp that they do on their editor. And you'll be like, hey, so somewhere around this time, this thing happens, and I'd like her ear different. And they won't know exactly what you're talking about. They could probably figure it out, but it's going to take more work. It's going to take more communicating back and forth to solve that issue of, oh, this is what you mean. You mean you don't want her ear that blue looking right there. Got it. Instead of like, where in the project are you talking about? And also what part of her ear are you talking about? Something like frame.io, you could circle it, go to that exact frame and say, here's where it starts. And I don't really like it to be that dark. In this one, they're saying like, can we reduce the red a little bit? It's too red for my taste. And so that way they go to the exact part and they say, this looks good, but I just need this change. So something like that, something that allows you to go frame by frame and kind of collaborate through videos and write on the screen and share that back with somebody, definitely can help with remote post-production workflows. It also, frame.io also has the cloud storage and other tools and features that can make it easier to collaborate remotely. Because of the pandemic and lockdowns, many independent productions went fully remote, with the director, actor, the director of photography, and more all isolated in completely separate locations for some of the projects, especially independent projects. And so using tools like Microsoft Teams, 4K capture cards, WeTransfer Pro, and more to communicate back and forth with each other and share what the camera sees with virtual video village setups and then they'll send dailies to each other through that. So if you're trying to make something like that, it's going to be extremely difficult, and I would recommend not doing it. But in certain circumstances, you have no choice, and so you might do a fully remote production like that. And you just need to make sure you're using something where everyone can see the camera, everyone who needs to can see the camera as if they were on set, and can communicate with whoever they need to that is working on set, whether it's just one person or 3 people or whoever's there. You have to be able to communicate with them on what's needed. If you're going to do a shoot like that, like a fully remote shoot, then it is super important that you prep and plan by making blocking diagrams, shooting schedules, storyboards, and more, while also simplifying the shots and lighting setups and being a bit more loose with the shooting schedule, because there won't really be anybody there, any crew. There might just be one person, the actor, there on set. And so there's obviously this was because of the pandemic and lockdowns and all that, so nobody could actually leave or meet up. And that is why they shot it like this. But it can be done. It's just very difficult. And you have to have the actor, they need to be able to be instructed in setting up the lights with live feedback on the camera angle, the lights, composition, and setting up sound. They need to be able to do all of that if you're going to do a shoot like this. Unless you have, 1 or 2 people on set, crew members, then they can handle that and you can communicate with them. But either way, the distance, doing it remotely, it just makes it more difficult if you're doing an actual production remotely. But yeah, it can be done basically by live streaming through the camera to the remote crew. And that way you can see what they're seeing and comment as if you were in Video Village looking on set, when the director and the producer and whoever else go over there and watch it through the screen, see what the camera's picking up, and then make comments on set. It's basically the same thing as that. It's just that you're not actually there. And so it makes it a little bit more difficult, but it can still be done and you can still communicate back to the people or back to whoever you are communicating to on set. If you're doing it like this, one thing to know, if it is the actor setting everything up, after everything is set up, it's important that you give that actor a little time to switch gears and get back into acting mode, get back into their character's headspace. Because if they have to set up lights and they have to set up the sound and whatever, they're going to be thinking about all that. And they're going to kind of get out of that acting mode and get into more of like a crew kind of a headspace. And so you got to give them.
That you're just going to end up having like something slip through the cracks when you have one person doing multiple jobs, let alone multiple completely different jobs, like that don't have much to do, like are in completely different fields.
Yeah, and that's why I say, it's extremely difficult, but it can be done. And I have heard of other ones even before the pandemic where they were doing remote work. It was independent, it's mostly always independent with this kind of thing, because I don't think any massive production would ever do this because it makes it harder. But I've seen independent ones do it where they meet up with somebody online and they talk for a bit and they're like, hey, you like film, I like film, let's make a film together. And one of them's like, well, I live in Australia, how are we going to do that? And you're like, oh, well, I live in England, let's just do it remotely. And then they figure out which one of us is actually going to be setting it up and doing it while the other one is not there. And if you're talking to an actor who lives in, Europe and you're in America, you might decide you want to do a film with them and they have some knowledge with some of this stuff. And then you might do it like this. I've seen plenty of them do it like that. Not plenty, but I've seen some do it like that. And so it can be done. You just have to consider a lot of things that you wouldn't have to consider otherwise. There's also the equipment issue. If the actor isn't using their own gear, you have to find a way to safely get the equipment to them if they're the only ones that's going to be on the set. So there's plenty of issues that arise, but I've seen people do it. This next stuff comes from studiobinder.com. Another form of distance filmmaking happens with multiple film crew units. Having a second unit usually means scenes are being shot in different places at the same time. This is done to save time and money by having separate local crews handle different locations. The second unit will have a second unit director who directs everything that the second unit is doing. The second unit may be handed secondary scenes, B-roll, or more crucial elements like an action sequence. In fact, in action movies, some of the times, full action scenes are given to the second unit because it takes so long to do, and that will give the emotional moments to the main director, the main unit, the first unit, I guess, main unit, and then the second unit handles the action scenes and the driving scenes or the chase scenes or whatever, because those aren't as pivotal to getting the emotions right. Some scenes from films and shows with multiple units may be created from footage from both units seamlessly blended together to appear to be shot in one place. You might have the second unit grab an establishing shot that looks like the outside of a castle, and then you have the actual main unit shooting at some location that looks like the inside of a castle, and then you blend those two together so it looks like it came from the same place. Second units are commonly used to capture certain scenes deemed too dangerous, too time-consuming, or not important enough for the main unit to handle. Unfortunately, if you work in a second unit, or if you've heard about second units, you'll know that most of the time they are treated as lesser, because they are just treated as they're not lesser, but they're treated like they're less important than the main unit, which sucks, but it's because they have to focus more effort, more funding and stuff on the main unit than they can on the second unit. So if you're on a second unit, you'll know you're not going to be given as much attention, as much funding, whatever. Like, you'll give as much as you're needed, but not anymore. And if the main unit needs something, they'll most likely get it first. Some directors like being heavily involved in the scenes that are captured by the second unit, and others may prefer to be completely hands-off. It just depends on the directors at that point. Some actors and occasionally certain crew members may go back and forth between the units to help shoot certain scenes. I've seen independent films that might have multiple units to shoot different actors as one lives in another place. So sometimes the director will travel to both and they'll direct all the scenes. These, of course, are when the scenes aren't being shot at the same time. Other times it's completely separate crew and teams filming different parts of the film. So it could be any variation of these things. Yeah, I've seen independent crews where sometimes they will, like I said, they might meet up online, and instead of deciding to shoot remotely, they'll say, hey, you shoot scene 2, 4, and 6, and I'll shoot scene 1, 3, and 5. And that way we can get this film made. You take care of all the budgets and the actors and the crew and your side for your scenes, and I'll take care of all that on my scenes. And then they blend those together and make a film. Usually it's because whatever they're filming is a different actor in a different location. And so the styles don't have to completely match up. If you're trying to shoot the same person, and especially if you're trying to make it the same location, it'll be extraordinarily hard to get two complete separate crews to make a same style and a continuity to keep up and everything. But it can work depending on what the script is, depending on what the project is. With any setup, communication is the key, and collaborating by showing the concepts, the style, the tone, and all the rest of it to make sure the second unit crew and the second unit director are aware of what this tone, style, compositions, and the rest of the film are, in order to better match it and to better make it feel like the same project. There are some production roles that can be done remotely while the rest of the crew is on set, but it will make things a bit slower, harder to communicate, and there could be technical issues, and more could go wrong. However, if they are unable to make it on set, that may be the only option. I have seen professional projects and I have seen independent projects where maybe the continuity supervisor couldn't come in, or they just live somewhere else. On our short film, the continuity supervisor we had couldn't make it, so we had to do a remote setup for them. And it can be done. It just makes things a bit harder to communicate, and it makes it harder to get it all set up. There was technical issues. You have to figure out how we're going to get them to see everything, and make sure that it's not being noisy or lighting it weird, and make sure you can communicate back and forth with them. And so there's a lot of things that you have to think about, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to do or that your project's over because somebody can't come in or somebody won't be able to make it to fly out to you if they want to try to be on the project, and maybe they're a volunteer or they're working for a lower rate than you can afford, or a rate that you can afford, but it's lower than what most people around your area will accept. Then it can still work. You can still make it work. I would just suggest in those instances, you plan out how it's going to work, what the ways of communication will be, and do plenty of tests before you need any kind of setup so that it's ready to go when you're on set. If you're trying to use a webcam, test it before you use it. If you're trying to use walkie-talkies or some kind of remote setup that allows them to access your phone or your computer or whatever, just make sure you do a test offset, make sure it works. And then when you get on set to try to do it, it'll be a much smoother transition. So anyone have any questions, comments, or anything to add about remote filmmaking or distance filmmaking?
What? What?
Do you have anything to add?
Oh, no, sorry, I'm waiting for Chantel to send me the email. So sometimes I'm like messaging her and she's asking me questions.
All right, so the last thing we're going to do tonight, which this one hopefully won't take too long.
Oh yeah, this one looks huge, but I think if you just
This one, I'm not really going to name every single thing we put on here. I looked at all this stuff. Most of these things, it was from stuff that we've learned about throughout these 2 years. And obviously I couldn't capture everything. I probably left dozens or hundreds of things off. Probably some stuff I've never even heard of. But I tried to put together a pretty good list of different kinds of software, apps, or websites that us as filmmakers should be aware of, things that can make things easier or things that you're kind of vital to acquiring what you need or finding people or crew or casting or whatever. And so there's few different names of things for finding crew, casting, locations, and using a location app, post-production and editing, like different names of different softwares, color grading softwares, that includes DaVinci Resolve, Adobe SpeedGrade, After Effects, graphic software, digital audio workstations. If you're trying to do anything in audio, post audio, you're going to need one of these. Sound editing, because that one's not as intuitive. That one doesn't have as much going on as these other ones. Some of the stuff you can use for large file transfers. So that would be if you need to send a bunch of stuff over to somebody, or a crap ton of files. It batches it, so it makes it easier to organize and see on the way there. So you're not having to upload one file at a time. Like if you had to send 1,000 pictures to somebody, you don't want to have to send one at a time. You want to be able to send them all at once. And these kinds of things allow you to do that. There's also stuff that there's like shooting schedule apps, task management apps, keeps tracks of file naming and field logs, collaboration apps like Film.io, or not apps. I guess that one's a website. I think it probably has an app, but Lucid Link, cloud sharing, offloading files. It's kind of like a digital imaging technician type of software, Shotput Pro. IMDb Pro, B&H, all the things you can go to, not all of them, but the main ones you can go to for gear. If you're looking to buy some brand new gear, some of those ones you can look at. I guess there's also probably refurbished on there on some of these. And of course, there's also like eBay and Amazon, but I figured those are where everybody already buys stuff. So just putting the ones that kind of film specific. Royalty-free music, different kinds of royalty-free music sites, stock footage sites that you can get. There's a lot of stock footage. And there's probably hundreds of stock footage sites that you can go to. So I tried to just narrow it down to some of the main ones that people talk about because they'll probably have the best quality anyway. Or stock media, which could be, multiple things, video as well as footage. Well, footage as well as audio, as well as, whatever else, photos. Visual effects softwares. So if you're trying really hard to like make CGI stuff or make some animations and things like that, you'll probably want to look into this kind of thing. Stock effects. So like visual effects, stock footage, or things like bullet muzzle flashes and explosions and stuff like that. Different kinds of effects. Wind, just looking like wind's blowing. Just whatever. There's different effects you can get. Screenwriting softwares. I use the two of the main ones, and then this other one I've never heard of, but figured it's in that. Internet Movie Script Database. Apparently, it's a place you can go to read like actual scripts. So that could be good to try to get an idea of how to format your own, or just like how a professional script might be written. Bleh.
Me today.
Hey, I've been talking a lot today.
No, I know, but you've also been today.
Yeah, because there's a lot.
Listening
Writers
is
Guild.
always easy.
What'd you say?
Listening is always easy.
Yeah, exactly. Writers Guild, like the different guilds. I actually didn't put all of them, but I was planning to. Whoops. Anyway, there's different guilds that you should be aware of as a filmmaker. Screenwriting, learning screenwriting, or just like screenwriting software that also has like notes and feedback. Actually, that one's an app, Scriptation, apparently. And it allows you to leave notes and feedback on somebody's script as they're writing it. So that's pretty cool. And then there's scheduling softwares. If you're trying to make a shooting schedule, these can help. Movie Magic is the main one, I think. Most professional ones use, but it's also very expensive. And then again, Movie Magic for budgeting software. Again, that one's pretty expensive. All of them are kind of expensive for these two, but if you're trying to do that kind of stuff, they definitely help instead of just putting it into like an Excel sheet or something, which is a bit harder to organize and into format. Different aggregators. If you're trying to get onto an online platform and you're not going to go through a distributor, you need to get an aggregator. Storyboard, either apps or websites that you can use to create storyboards, where you can go to copyright your screenplay. Some of the different festivals, not all of them, but some of the main ones, and then some of the different markets and the festivals that also has like some learning stuff to it. Different sun tracking apps that allow you to they do different things. Some of them will show like where the sun will be at certain times, and you can literally it's kind of like augmented reality, where you look up at the sky with your phone and it shows where the sun will be at a certain time and where its trajectory will go.
That's really good, especially for photography, if you want to get like golden hour or
Cinematography too.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's they can be used. There's other ones that are used to show more of like the lighting, how the lighting will look, and try to like replicate how bright things will be. And some try to track just where the sun will be. So they all kind of do a bit of the same thing, but in different ways. Shot Designer is a lighting, excuse me, a lighting app. Ugh. Creating a shot list, that's one I've heard of, Shot Lister. And it's an app where you can create a shot list for it. Viewfinder apps, kind of seeing like what kind of lens and camera I'm going to use, what is it going to look like, so you can take some photos or you can get a sense of what that's going to look like.
We mentioned a
location.
few of these when we in the first semester when we were studying a cinematography work.
Yeah, there's plenty more too. It's not just these. Oh, I didn't know, but I should have put this up there. Viewfinder apps, more of them. Viewfinders basically just show you what the camera is going to see. Because the different cameras you use, the different lenses you use on those cameras, it's going to make it look a bit different depending on what it is. And those will try to mimic what that looks like. And there's also storyboarding apps. So instead of the websites, you can do apps if you're trying to storyboard on your phone. Organization apps that just help you to organize a bunch of different things. Like Pocket Call Sheet, you can do call sheets on there.
That one was super helpful from what we saw, like all of the call sheet apps and the organization apps in general, in my opinion, for me personally, I thought were some of the most helpful, intuitive ones because they just make it so much easier for you to coordinate with the people that have it, for you not to worry about, because one thing that was really hard on our set, because we were in a tight space and we were on a time crunch, was crap, where's the paper? We need to check the time for the next thing, or
Yeah.
having to constantly write it down. If we had it on like a tablet or a phone and we were just punching that in every now and then, because it was a very chaotic set. There was a lot, it was in a basement, so there was a lot of material and stuff. And
yeah, it was very tight and it didn't have a spot. We tried to have a spot to put the documents and stuff, but then for some reason those got moved, and so it was like, where's the so using apps and stuff can be helpful. I would still recommend, whether you're using these apps or not, definitely always have a printout
No,
of all the
obviously,
things.
yeah. I'm just
Because
saying
it is easier. In my opinion, it's easier for a list, if you have it, if you can find it, to cross it out and go through the list to look at it really quickly compared to something like an app.
I'm just saying that if you are shooting guerrilla style, or if you are in a very compact location where you don't really have space to put all your stuff, and there's a lot of different people coming in and out.
Don't shoot guerrilla style in someone's
No,
basement.
I know. I'm not saying.
I'm kidding, I know.
Anyway.
You better not be in somebody's basement.
No.
What's going on down there?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe, but it's still be creepy.
Yeah, it's so creepy. No, I just mean that is a good alternative, is all I'm saying. Obviously, a lot of sets do not like you constantly on your phone, because it can be distracting, noises, and they would recommend you put it on airplane mode or that kind of thing. But if you're using it just for the app, if you have the discipline for it, where you have the app as well on your phone, I feel like that's also good, so that you can come home and you can look at your phone and check the app, see, okay, what are we doing tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on who you are. If you're the assistant director, you can look at your phone if
No,
you're
you
doing your
can't.
reps.
But more often than not, we send it through email or through a paper, which is still useful. I still recommend. But if you have that app, it's also a lot easier for you to have it always with you.
Yeah, and like a lot of these apps are very helpful. They're not absolutely necessary, but they definitely help, especially the larger the project starts to get. Well, this is no water. Video space calculator app, that one I believe is the one that will calculate how far you need to be for a certain focal length and all of that kind of stuff, like all the different math that goes into some of the cinematography type stuff. It calculates for you based on the distance and the aperture you're using and stuff like that. So
I also feel like a lot of these apps, for me, as someone who has trouble like reading tiny print, finding things in general, also like very accessible.
Mhm.
The accessibility factor of
And the other thing is you can, share some of the apps you can share with everyone at the same time, so everyone has access to it. So it's kind of like that
if
cloud
it's like
sharing
an
thing.
instant change too. If there's like an instant change in the schedule, instead of being like, crap, now I need to go reformat the document and resend to everybody.
If anyone's ever used the like shared a Google document and then somebody's editing it and you can see exactly where they are, what they're pointing to, what they're editing. Basically, a lot of these apps can work like that depending on what they are. The ones for organization and stuff definitely work similarly. Then there's the crowdfunding main websites, and then we have a lot of websites, YouTube channels, and stuff like that. That gives a bunch of learning filmmakings, a bunch of learning. There's like a bunch of the YouTube channels, the main ones that I found helpful anyway, and a bunch of the websites that we've gotten a bunch of our syllabus information from, the YouTube channels that we've also done the same, and then other ones that I discovered or heard of that people thought were some of the best. There's also Studio Binder and the Gorilla Rep, which also include a bunch of documents like a shooting schedule, template, whatever else, whatever kind of document you need. A lot of them can be found on there, and they mostly offer them for free. So they're pretty cool. It's where we've gotten a lot of ours, or a lot of ideas for ours anyway, over the years. And then I put in some website builders. So if you're trying to create a website, these are some of the main ones that people use. And then I added AI art generators because I believe that the more advanced they get, the easier it'll be to use them for everybody to figure out concept art and to make some really cool ideas from it to kind of get exactly what they're looking for. Like I said, I'm not reading over all of these, but I tried to make a comprehensive list of a bunch of the stuff. A bunch of stuff's probably left out. If anyone wants to go through and read through these, and then like if I'm missing something that you think is vital or you think is very important to like filmmaking, then please do. But other than that, I mean, I tried to add a bunch of ones like that we talked about over the years too. Locations, we talked about Peerspace. We talked about Gigster, Locations Hub, and all these other ones where you can like try to find locations for your project. And then, some of the editing we talked about, and the editing softwares and casting and actors and working with actors. And so if you go back through all of these semesters, you can probably hear these again, but I figured I'd make a list for anyone who wants to go through and just quickly look. Because like Priscilla said, learning never stops. And so even though we're almost done with this media studies group, it doesn't mean that you can't go on any of these channels and start learning more that maybe we didn't even talk about, or just diving further into something we just kind of brushed up on. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or anything to add on that stuff?
I have a comment.
What?
I have a comment that,
Oh, go ahead.
you went far and beyond when it comes to just reference.
Mhm.
I
tried to,
Yeah.
because I was always looking for something like this, so I figured I'd just make it.
Yeah, this is really, really cool.
Thanks. I'm glad. I'm glad it'll be useful to just some of you guys.
Pretty exhaustive.
Yeah, definitely. It's really good though.
Yeah.
You're covering a lot right there.
Right.
Good job there, you guys.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, guys. That's all for tonight. I'll just say that for Thursday, I'm going to be making the last fill in the blanks, the one that's covering this semester. I'm going to send that out hopefully tomorrow. And just like always, it's something there for you guys to go over, answer yourselves, and we'll all come together and answer it together. So it's not the same as the quiz where everyone has an individual question. It's more of try to answer it as best you can. If you don't know, take a guess, and we'll go over it in the meeting.
Just take a guess, do your best. Don't be afraid to like. I didn't mean to rhyme there. That was
Wow,
my
yeah. Take a guess, do your best.
I just feel like it's
The motto.
fun. Like you don't have to be absolutely right and everything. In the first season, it was more fun where we would like joke and be like,
First semester.
yeah, when the person got it wrong, that was fun. But like we're not doing that anymore because
Well, people got very shy.
some people got very shy. We're very like we have fun. We like tease each other all the time. So that was kind of how we do it. But we didn't want anyone to feel like shy or like, oh, I don't want to get it wrong, and then they're marrying me or whatever. So
Well, it was mainly about Brent getting super upset. Anyway, yeah, so we'll do that Thursday. We're gonna be doing the fill in the blank, so I should be sending that out hopefully tomorrow for you guys. And we'll just do a general semester overview like we usually do.
remember,
And-
not even me and Coda remember some of this stuff. If not, like for the notes and like immediately watching it. So you're not going to remember every single thing right off the bat. So don't beat yourself up if you don't.
Or you might be somebody who is, you're better at remembering some things other than others. You know, like
Yeah.
Priscilla's not very good at remembering names. I'm not very good at remembering certain like key information things about what something is. And so, everyone has different kinds of meaning.
Great at explaining. Well, no, I'm great at knowing what things are. I suck at remembering what they're called. And you know what they're called, but you can't always explain like how they work and what stuff.
Yeah. Well, I have to think about how to explain it first, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's really hard for me to figure out how to say something right in the moment if I don't have a pre-thought out thing about it. Sometimes. But anyway, that's what we're doing on Thursday. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to check a site called Indie Rain. And we're also going to check Vimeo for independent film key art and trailers. And so that one will probably take place not during the recording, but it's just so we can kind of critique some of the things and have a general discussion about what works and what doesn't. Kind of like what we saw with Brian's tonight. That was cool to see the key art, because that is the one of the main things that people will see to notice your film. Is it something that stands out? Is it something that draws their attention? Is it something that represents the film? And does it look and seem like good quality thing that makes me want to watch it or check it out later? So we're definitely going to do some of that on Thursday. We appreciate you all for staying in this long. Sorry the last 2 meetings have gone on for so long. I didn't think they would, but I appreciate everybody who took part in the exercises, and appreciate everybody else who commented and listened in and just kind of reviewed everybody's projects.
And we're coming up towards the end too. So I know one day you'll look back and you'll be like, man, I miss those meetings that went until.
That's the times.
Yeah, those were the days.
That's the days, yeah.
Staying up till 2 a.m. and talking about film.
Good times, good times.
Right. All right, guys. I appreciate
All right.
everybody and hope you all have a good few days. And hope to see you all back Thursday.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Oh,
Good night.
oh no.
Oh, you want to say
Yeah,
something?
I was gonna comment something, but never mind. I forgot. But I had something in like the middle of the meeting, and I was like, oh, I need to mention that at the end, and I forgot.
Okay. Well, there you go. All right, bye, guys.
Sure.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night.